Hello. Hello.
Nice bimbo rating there. It's higher than 69. Ah! Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. This is gonna be a little tricky. Who knows how long I have in me. 49%. Wait, you're doing a bimbo rating, Shinzo? Aren't you meant to be himbo? Gosh darn. Alright, do I have other things I need to do? There was this channel, and then I didn't really have anything for this place here, did I? Probably. Alright. I'm about as good. Just curious what it would be. Yeah, fair enough. Well, your himbo rating is higher than your bimbo rating, so there's that. Ding. Do I need to keep any of these tabs open? No, not really. I need to keep this open, however. And then, brain does... Boop. There we go. Once again, is it because the phone doesn't like being hot? Is that why? Maybe. Who knows? Definitely has a annoying time with it, let me tell you. So if I force close that, and then I run it again, and then connect to the software. There we go. Yeah, that's a lot better. All right. So we go over here now, and hi everyone. So yeah, thank you so much, YY, for being there first. I really appreciate it. Omega Platinum, hi there. Real Shinzo, hello. Good work on the Himbo Bimbo ratings. And hello there, Clarkson Otter. Welcome to the stream. How is it going? You doing good? Cookie for the Real Shinzo. Here's your cookie, Real Shinzo. How is everyone doing? You know what? I yawned recently, so I'm gonna need to crack open one of these. I'm gonna need to crack open a soda to try and get some energies into me. This is a special stream. It's gonna be a busy day for you. It's gonna be a busy day on a Saturday? God damn, Clarkson Otter. You're going to your first Pride? Hey, nice! Happy Pride, Clarkson Otter. Happy Pride to you. That sounds brilliant. For a minute there, I was a little bit worried because I decided to stream at a different hour. So normally on the Saturday, I stream in the mornings. So the morning my time makes it like it makes it Friday evening for the Americans, which is kind of cool, but there does come the slight issue where there's a lot of Americans streaming in the Friday evening as well. So I was kind of getting into like a bit of a bad like sort of slot according to Unnamed and what have you. And we were having a look at like time zones and such, and it's beneficial for me to try and, you know, stream to in a time that is appropriate for the Americans and what have you. And it was decided that, you know, if I could, I would try and stream at midnight. Because Saturday midnight for me makes it Saturday morning for some of you Americans that are in the chat right now. So, honestly, trying to find a slot is hard. It is. Like, the first step is finding time that's comfortable with you first. It doesn't matter if the best times are during a time that you cannot stream. Like I'm in the middle of work. I work the 9 to 5. So having a streaming slot where it's like, "Oh, hey, can you stream between the hours of like 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. or something like that?" It's like, I can't do that on the weekdays. You're gonna need to have me pick a different one. And they're like, "Oh, well, fuck. Well, you're gonna need to pick a time to stream." And I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna stream during my evening. I'm gonna stream from like 6 p.m. until like 9:30, 10 o'clock. And they were like, I guess. Don't know why you should, but fine. And yeah, lo and behold, you know, I did that to some of the days. And then, you know, when it got to a weekend, I would do a morning stream. So yeah, we're doing a little experimentation for so this also affects more than the Americans, by the by. Like, this does affect Europeans. So some of you might be in an entirely different country, and it's not in, you know, it's not in the United States of America or in the North America region. You might be over in the UK. You could be in France, Spain, Portugal, Ukraine, Russia, or wherever the fuck else you may be. And so yeah, I'm kind of curious, like, how this is looking as an opener for you. So, granted, we've only started streaming, like, for the last 10 minutes. So I imagine as the longer I go on, more and more people will get in. And it will either be because of the fact of, like, oh, they've never seen me stream at this hour, and they're kind of curious, who the fuck is this zebra? Or they actually do follow me already, and they're like, oh, hey, he's awake when I'm waking up. And then, you know, lo and behold, they get in. So, yeah. But no, I hope you have a wonderful Pride, Clarkson Otter. When you were, like, gonna be busy today, I thought you were gonna have to do a Saturday shift like what I had to do. So, I don't have to do this all the time, which is a good thing, but I am part of a team of desktop support technicians. I'm just, like, wiping the, I'm just wiping my, little armrest thingy-majiggy. But yeah, I'm part of a team, and we provide the normal 9 to 5 support and such from Monday to Friday, but we take turns also doing support for
for the Saturday shift people. So there's like 6 of us or something like that for the office that I'm at. So we each take turns doing it. So I might be lucky and I might not need to do it for like an entire month. But then there are some months where it's like, then there's some times where it's like, oh yeah, you're doing it twice in 1 month. So sometimes it's not great. But this was one of those days. So I didn't do a stream Saturday morning because I was over in the office. I didn't have my streaming gear with me. I'm not one of those IRL streamers that can carry a laptop around and I just Truman show the thing to you while I'm in the middle of work, being like, "Yep, this is me doing important work things. I am very busy right now, sitting here and doing the works." Oh my god, I'm getting a message from Cap. What's on the docket? I love how my moderator just sends me a message. It's just like, what's on the docket? I'm just like, I'm just chatting right now. Zeebs, either go to sleep or take a cinnamon roll I made. I'll take the cinnamon roll. Do you have a cinnamon roll that, like, will transfer? Like, if I go and just go, like, could I just grab it? And then I give you a cookie as, like, a little exchange? But yeah, hi, Het. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a wonderful... Is it the morning for you? Or is it the afternoon? I am really curious where some of my, where some of the people are. I don't imagine we have like, a lot of people in here. But, you know, type 1 if this is your morning. If I'm speaking to you when you're having, your morning coffee or Pop-Tart or tea. Maybe you're one of those people that likes tea. Hey, we got a 1 from Clarkson Arter. Yay! Type 2 if it's the evening for you. Het says it's the afternoon, it's 3 p.m. Hey, okay, so Het is one of the Europeans. So, yeah. But nah, Saturday shift, thankfully, is not, like, a stressful day for me. Because more often than not, Saturday shift, I'm there kind of like an insurance policy. Ideally, no one is doing a Saturday shift with any problems on their laptops or in the office. But if there is a problem with your laptop in the office for whatever reason, you're not spending half an hour trying to solve it or ready to call the after hours line to get help. Instead, I help you out. And I get that shit solved in about, 5 minutes. It's good stuff. Now, I don't get paid, like, time and a half for doing the Saturday shift. So, the arrangement we have is that we just simply make it of, like, oh, hey, you did a Saturday shift, you get time off for, like, something in the weekday, time in lieu of. So, normally, I'll take it on, like, the Monday or the Friday, depending on how empty our team is for the week. So, I might take it this Friday, honestly, rather than on the Monday. I feel sorry for my coworkers now. It's, like, 31 degrees out here. Also, in our capital, there's a marathon on the highway road, which they closed off for the Navo. Oof. Oof. Wait, 31... You're in the European area, so does that mean, like, 31 degrees Celsius? Like, are you using, like, the SI units there? Because that is a fucking blistering hot weather. That's fucking insane. I want that hot weather. I am living in Australia. I was told we were gonna get so many seasons of hot. And I don't get hot seasons. Instead, what I'm getting right now is cold temperatures. Celsius. Yeah, oh, Jesus Christ. 31 degrees is hot. I know Morse Amalgam is like a fucking, like, tech head and shit. They tried using this thing, the other day. Like, a little command thing where it was, like, Celsius to Fahrenheit. And, or, like, kilograms to pounds. And I was like, I did not, do that in, I did not make my robot do that kind of nonsense. 31 C's to Fahrenheit is 87.8 degrees Fahrenheit. Am I the only one where Zeebs drops frames? let's. Okay, I'm not reporting any dropped frames on my side. There's no frames missed due to rendering or skipped due to encoding. I'm not dropping any frames on my side, so that might be a you thing. Hey there, Velg! Welcome to the stream. I can't believe one of my moderators is awake at this hour. Actually, no, I can believe it because one of them direct messaged me being like, "Hey, what's on the docket today?" And I was like, "I'm just chatting," and they're just like, "Let me get a soda." They're gonna get themselves a soda. How's it going for you, Velk? You having fun? 100 degrees Fahrenheit is like 37 degrees Celsius. Oof. Yeah, no, it's not. That's a bit. Yeah, 36 and 31 degrees Celsius is more like 80s and 90s. So like it's gonna be in the 100s next week. Oh wait, yeah, no, it's gonna be close to it. It's gonna be real close. Cap is now in the chat, and they're being their Dante or not Dante, they're what's mahoozies?
Scum.
Do you want to leave and come back in so you can play the sound?
Yeah.
This may be fun.
There we go. This may be fun.
This may be fun.
So yeah, so this is my moderator, Capricious. They themselves are an artist, and you're being a little more active in your moderator role, and I absolutely love it because this is a moderator benefit you get to have, is being able to VC and keep me in the straight and narrow.
Oh, speaking of moderator privileges, how do you like your new guy?
I love him. I think he looks really good. I am excited. I have not revealed anything to anyone just yet. I want to have it as like something of a surprise for for Monday
night.
For Devil Monday Cry.
Yeah.
So
Devil May Cry on Mondays, because
yeah,
devils are like Garfield.
You have a job scammer on Telegram. I love to troll them by sending them not safe for work furry art. You can do that? I didn't know they would allow that. Also, is my voice doing the thing, or is the wavelength not doing its thing? I have no clue.
I can't tell because I'm in the voice chat.
No, it should be going off in the voice
not.
chat. Oh, if it's not, then I need to fix. Oh, yeah, no, I know why. Because I probably I probably had him and then they, hang on. Himbo. So yeah, it was working, but now it isn't. Oh, it's putting it onto the, I'm gonna need to fix that as soon as possible because it has it like affecting like my compressor was one of the things. So I'm gonna need to make sure that it's not going to my compressor, but to the, yep, so make it go to the reverb, make it go to the galleon.
What do we think?
Ooh. Careful, people want to spam it.
People might want to spam it, yeah. Alright. Also, I need to re-enable the Elgato compressor, because, yeah, for whatever reason. But yeah, alright. So, I was doing a little fiddling with it the other day as well, and should be good. Devil Monday Cry. Yeah. So yeah, so...
You always sound like, God, what's his name? That blue dragon who has the 3D hyper art.
I don't know who that is, and I feel like I should because you're hitting like 3D hyper art, and I'm like, I should know this.
Let me see if I can find him. Because, like, I feel like you'll know him if you see him.
Maybe, who knows? Lord knows that, like, This is like late night hours. This isn't like following late night rules where I get to like share not safe for work nonsense, because Twitch operates in a 24/7 safety hours, not
A fucking night drift.
yeah. Night
let me-
drift. Oh, night drift. I think I know. I think who you. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen their shit. I will be real with you. I've never listened to their nonsense.
He does some like voice for his
3D renders.
animation sometimes.
Yeah, that's cool. Oh, I've got like 59 notifications to my fur affinity.
What do you mean? What do you mean, dang me? How dare you dang me? Fuck did I do?
I don't know. I would love to hear Shinzo try to explain. So.
What did I do? What did I do?
What is the charge? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal? Oh, you know your judo well.
Get your hands off my penis!
Get your hands off my people. I am so
Okay.
curious what this sounds like with all the fucking
Shinzo,
voices.
It's, I use she, her pronouns.
Yeah. She. Oh, they're talking about the intro fighters I have running right now. So, Capricious has a whatsamacoozy has a sword in the intro fighters, and Real Shinzo's killed again. So the more people that talk, the greater likelihood of you being able to thingy. Australian pop culture
sure.
is funny in a weird way. Not happy, Jan. That's a recent one that's hit my TikToks again.
Holy shit, I can double trigger too.
This may be fun. Oh my god. Is that with voice mod or is that with a different program?
No, Discord has this. I have no idea how it sounds.
Oh my god. Wait, so Discord does it now?
Yeah,
Like there's a microphone settings and there's like a little like drop down menu thing and it has a voice changer thingy.
Holy. Hang on. So, all right, let me go back to my channel. I need to have a look at it because my thingamadiggy has like stopped. So if I go to microphone,
Also, turn me down real quick to save chat.
hang on. Right click, user volume. Yeah, you're at like 160. Let me put you at like 40.
Yeah, wait for it. Tell me when.
When? Oh, that's crunchy as fuck.
it's so crispy.
Yeah, no, that's a terrible crispy. That's not funny radio crispy. That's just, proper down volume.
Fried.
That's cooked.
All right, you good?
Yeah.
All right, I'll put you back. Cause yeah, I have you at like, I have a lot of people in my Discord at like a fairly high volume. So,
And yes, it's because silly voices are fun.
fair enough. Example, meals or vanishing or being immortalized by a pool. Wait, from the view of me, what do you mean by that, Clarkson? Also, hi there, Grin, and hi there, Davy boy. Welcome to the stream. So yeah, we were only doing like silly voices for a little bit because one of the recent things that I have made with the hyperhimbo form is a little bit of a voice changer, so it lowers the pitch and will do like it does just a tiny bit of reverb, like a garnish. I would like
There's
to.
a tiny bit of voice changing, but it's like he gets very deep.
Yeah, the pitch is like the majority of the work is on pitch, like downing it very low, and then a tiny bit of reverb to try and do a little bit of like scaling up kind of feel to it. But yeah, it makes sense with the bigness. Yeah.
All things make sense with bigness.
I used to use this program called Screaming Bee. Ah, okay. So the way I'm doing it, because I want to try and like not have too many programs, because I'm a one PC kind of setup person, is I'm trying to use I'm trying to use the Elgato Wavelink software, so it will allow me to like, because that's the thing that allows me to manage the microphone I have and like the different like volume levels. And
Wait.
what's up?
Grant, did you say the one PC?
The One Piece. The One Piece. I knew
The
it.
One Piece is real.
I knew it. But yeah, so because I have only one PC, yeah, I want to try and not have too many programs running like concurrently as a requirement. And when I was using voice mod for a while, people regularly commented after long like stream runnings that depending on the program I was playing, the quality of the mic would like go down because the CPU would just be, you know, it'd get capped out, and then voice mod would just be, you know, choppy. So yeah. Can we get much higher?
True, Grant, true.
Makes sense with it. Consider doing it with the muscle gut or fatter gay PNG tuber. I don't have like a fatter PNG tuber.
I have a fatter PNG tuber.
Oh, you have a fatter PNG. Oh, but Grin probably does.
Oh yeah, he does.
Probably does. But yeah, so the benefit of the Elgato Wavelink software, either you use the Elgato mic or you have the Elgato like microphone itself. In my case, I have the Wave XLR. So any XLR mic I have, I can just plug into Elgato Wavelink. The software is fantastic. There is very basic plugins for like, you know, the compressor, the EQ and what have you. But, oh, actually, I just realized I probably turned on by accident because I have gate and then I have the Elgato compressor. No, the Elgato compressor I think is fine. But yeah, what's happening here? Hi there, Izzy. I am doing a late night stream. I'm trying out a... Hi, Izzy. Great to have you. Normally, I don't see Izzy in my streams, and I have seen, like, there have been weird streams where it's like I actually no, Izzy's been popping in more often actually. So yay! Sorry, I had this moment just live, you know, fact checking myself of like, I haven't seen Izzy in a long time. It's like, wait a minute, no, you have seen Izzy recently. It's like, would that be because of other streamers? It's like, no, Izzy has been in your streams as well. And I'm like, oh goodness, quickly, let me do an addendum to my sentences.
My word.
My word. So yeah, it's quite chunky. Nice.
It is pretty chunky. He's like fitting his entire border.
This is the most intense and most active fighting I've seen. Oh, with all the different people, yeah. Although it does, because of the way I set it up, it does have it where, yeah, Cap is behind the thingy-majiggy. I need to fix that somehow. I need to find out.
Just peeking over.
You'll just peek your head over, yeah. Let's see. So we got core overlay. Oh, okay. My intro fighter. I'm gonna put Discord Fugi above intro fighters, just so then that way next time, you know. Yeah.
I hope I get in with like a knife so I can be like Goro Majima or some shit.
Yeah, no. So there's let me get myself in there as well. Yeah.
I have a ball.
You're picking up the thoughts most other US streamers are having about me recently, but maybe if they haven't streamed at 2 a.m. in the morning my time, I could show up more often. Fair enough. Wait, hang on. You're in the Southeast Asian times, aren't you, Izzy? I think you are in the Southeast Asian times.
I didn't know Izzy was Southeast Asian.
I think I
The
could
more
be
you know.
wrong. Yes. Okay. No, they are in the Southeast Asian region. Chad, go check out Izzy. Cat, you're a moderator. Go shout out Izzy the fat cat.
Shit.
Pop quiz. Do you know how to do Nope. I don't use.
Fuck.
I don't use those. I use the native.
I'm so shitty at moderating.
I love how Felk's like, I win. It gets people. I know people use the exclamation point shout out, but personally, I'm fine with using. No, not the Cactar Jack. Damn it. Ow.
Report, timeout, warn, whisper.
You've got so yeah, Twitch has like so many like commands for the editors and the moderators like natively now. So like I do appreciate like that we've had to do some weird like fandangled nonsense such as the exclamation point shout out to try and do like shout out things, but now they've introduced it natively, and some people are like, why would Twitch bother doing this? And it's like, well, it's because if everyone is basically using this thing, it's probably a good idea to make it so that it's good for the next series of streamers. So
I can't believe Jack hit me with a fucking "This is for Gohan."
This is for Cap. Cap just panicked. Yeah, no, it was just funny because Cap was like, oh, let me just crack open a soda and join in and keep you company, which I always appreciate. And that is like usually the barest minimum. And then Izzy comes in and I'm just like, oh, Izzy deserves a shout out. And Cap is just like, ah.
Oh, it's a slash. Is it? Is it a slash?
Yeah, it's a slash.
I'm so foolish.
So
it's just Minecraft commands.
yeah.
I don't even have to be in mod view. What am I doing here?
Zeebs, you have summoned me to the Mount of Wanahakalugi to join us in Twitchhood. Huh?
Eh?
We want you to join our club, kid. Sweet! If you are able to swim through the ring of fire!
I like how my hat turned into like Usagi from Chikawa. Eh?
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 What
What was the sound that What's-a-Mahuzi made in Devil May Cry 2? It was like, whee! Like it made a fucking shrill of a shriek.
Who would fucking what's his face? I forgot his fucking name. The CEO dude?
Yeah, the CEO dude. We
Oh,
literally
man, that
just
guy's-
played this game back on Monday. Also, I'm doing pretty well, L. David Boy. So on Mondays, I've been playing the Devil May Cry series. It took me like 2 streams to get through the first Devil May Cry, and then for the second Devil May Cry, it took me 2 streams as well, and that was to go through both campaigns. My experiences of Devil May Cry before those streams was DMC, like the remake. I thought DMC was pretty good. Yes, the story is camp. It's like not that great, but I'm gonna be real with you. The story in DMC 1 and DMC 2 ain't that much better. Like, everyone's like, go play the original DMCs, it's peak, and it's like, skip 2 though, it's terrible. I've played through the DMCs right now, and quite frankly, DMC 2 was fun.
DMC 3 is gonna kick your ass. I'm not letting you play easy mode, by the way.
I don't play easy mode, I just go normal.
Good boy.
The only time I've gone easy mode is when, like, if I got thrown into like a Dark Souls situation. So, for instance, Claire Obscure's Expedition 33, I haven't done it for stream, but off stream, I've lowered the difficulty. So, you can play in easy mode. Oh my god, that is a scary eye.
Do this, man.
That
Boo.
hyena ciphers. So, but no, here's the thing. To think that I was worried I was gonna not have like conversation topics. The questions about difficulty and what have you, like, no, don't bold me. I have important things to say. In the realm of difficulty and such, it is like you cannot fault someone for choosing a lighter difficulty after they've given the college try, okay? Like if someone
I will.
If someone wants like the difficulty to be lowered in Dark Souls after they've given it a college try, I can't fault them. If they want things easier in a multiplayer, that is a different deal because you are encroaching on other people's fun, not just yourself. There's a lower difficulty than story on Expedition 33? No, but I play at Expeditioner difficulty, which is like the middle of the pack. That's how it... So yeah, but no, when I'm off stream and I'm doing like offline nonsense, like I just play on story. And yeah, the parries are fun again. I don't think I'd go... Like, here's the thing though, is that the reason why I'm still on Expeditioner difficulty when I'm playing on stream, because thankfully the game doesn't really care what difficulty you're set at. It doesn't have achievements like hidden behind difficulty meters. It doesn't have like any sort of thing telling you, hey, if you go to this difficulty, you might lose out on something rather. The reason why I play on Expeditioner difficulty while on stream is number one, it's like the middle of the pack difficulty, and it was like the first one, so I was like, okay, this is what I play with while on stream. Number two, when I get met with failure in the whatsamahoozies in the game while on stream, I feel like that introduces more like fun and excitement for viewers, especially for myself, rather than getting through it perfectly. Like I remember Jack, you know, saying thank you for getting hit with his attack. I had no idea what it did when I was facing off against Renoir, and one of Renoir's fucking attacks is just, let me hit you 2 times, and here is an orb that just literally ceases you to exist. Like, my character's not dead. The character is just gone. They're just, pew, gone. And I was just like, what the shit was that? So, yeah, they just banished me. It was fucking ludicrous. Meanwhile, Davy Boy is in a millennial European. We had an extra difficulty in our games because we like challenges. Meanwhile, OG Stalker was broken where it gets harder the lower the difficulty. That one is that's a silly thing. That sounds like it shouldn't have happened. You haven't what did Grin say? I haven't bothered playing the DMC series, but I've seen DMC remake with a certain mod. It's in Spain Spanish, and Dante has a painted-on handlebar mustache with a tire shirt. Oh. That sounds funny.
El Dante.
El Dante.
El Dante.
El exterminador de los demonios.
Jesus. Hello.
Hi, Jack. Welcome to the stream. This is your out of work hours. You're back home. You're after dinner. This must be perfect for you.
Is it though?
I don't know. I don't read your mind. I don't speak to the brain of the bird.
I'm just doing art, man. I got nothing else to do right now.
Hey, nice.
Hey.
Excellent work. There's a bit of a trend where the moderators I grab most recently have also been artists because they are just trying to distract yourselves. I feel it's like I could do art, or I could shout out people.
I've been doing my free raffle artworks, so
okay.
Yeah.
I kind of want to it sucks having made such a good art, but having to wait to show it off.
Is this what you've made for me, or is this something else?
Yeah, it's what I've made for you.
Okay.
I'm not going to show it off, but I want to show it off. I don't want to show it off.
You got it. Look, it's like 2 days, okay? I don't I've made I haven't even made
Davey.
So yeah, I haven't even made it into the next announcements thing, but I did find a blah blah, where's my brain at? I did find a rebellion sword. So what I've done is I've gone back and done a new render Photoshop thing. So instead of actually let me go back to the one I previously had. So the one I previously had was, so this one here, as you can see in the top right, was me dual wielding guns, just jumping in a silly position. I have so many of these photos, by the by. If you're wondering what I'm doing with my model, let me tell you, it is a shit ton of just silly poses. I have me basking in gold. I've got me showing my hands up. I've got hammer.
You're hitting the Mr. Beast pose.
Mr. Beast. I wasn't even trying Mr. Beast. I got hammer, one-handed. I've got gun, jumping from left to right. I've got let's see, what's another one? I've got
if you have the rebellion, you know what you should do?
I have the meow pose.
You should make Grant do a stinger.
Oh. Yeah.
Do I want to go into VRM and start figuring out how to do that, whatever the fuck the stinger is? So yeah, the most recent one I did is this one. It was one of them where he's just like, you know, dual wielding guns, and then he's just got Rebellion on his back. I don't have him doing stinger. I haven't done that.
It'd be good. It'd be good.
So yeah, so
And also, you know what Stinger is? It's like the first unlock.
yeah, it's the leaping forward move. So yeah, so yeah, I've done a different pose here where it's like, you know, because yeah, it feels like Dante where he would be posed like that, where he's just like holding ebony and ivory and Rebellion's on his back.
Yeah.
So
Who knows? You could just put like all of Dante's. You could find models for every single Dante weapon and just equip them all.
Final Fantasy XIV, your VR will now wear more hats. That's right. There has been more and more news about patch 7.3 for Final Fantasy XIV. So we're gonna get more story. We get another Hildebrand, you know, set of missions, and apparently we get another deep dungeon in Ilmeg of all places. So there's like, yeah, Ilmeg gets
also like a space eureka.
Yeah, there's a space eureka that I actually need to go and explore that, because I've not looked at any of the 7.1, 7.2 stuff that's been released that's not raids. I have yet to look at those, and I probably should at some point, because I need to find, because also, relic weapons. They have you now chasing after Dementia, or whatever the fuck it's called.
I'm gonna keep it real. I have not done any of the raids. My FC hates me.
Oh my god, you probably need to get onto that. Also, being a mod ain't too hard. Cap, I want to see. DM me. Oh no, yeah, nah. The thingamajiggy. And then I'll show you a Godzilla I drew. You could still show us the Godzilla. We have an art channel in the Discord.
Yeah, but I think he wants to trade it for the good pick.
Oh, okay. It's just like,
Oh, you know,
Cap's,
it'd be a good,
Cap's just like, you want a good pick? And then next thing you know, Cap just throws a penis at Davy Boy, and Davy's just like, ah, curses. I traded a Godzilla for a fucking penis.
Oh, you know what you should do? Like day before, like tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
You should just have the final form like silhouetted and like, you know, in the dark. for the teaser.
That could be cool, but that means I have to open up Photoshop and change it from this. Like, look
But I
at
could
my
do it.
Zeebs. My Zeebs looks cool.
But I could do it.
But
Like as it's
the cools.
Oh.
Look at him. He looks cool.
actually no, you're right. Never mind.
Yeah, look at that. Demiatma. It's horrible. It took one of my friends from the release to a few days. Oh, is it a painful grind like it was back in a Realm Reborn kind of era? And no,
Oh, wait,
I've not done
did
the
you-
Occult Crescent yet either.
Were you trying to take? Were you trying to get the pick off of me, Grin? My word, you sneaky boy.
I traded Chunky Igazamon and Pokebuds. I get
You
caught without
cheeky
consent
boy.
anyways in DMs from Art Moots.
Well, I'm sorry, what?
That's not great. I think.
Davy Boy's comments.
No.
It's just one of the I feel really thankful that despite like the barra-coded like zebra that I have, I don't actually get unsolicited dick pics in my DMs. But I swear to Christ, I'm on Blue Sky and I have like the content filtering turned on where it's like, oh, adult and mature content, you have to click to show. More often than not, I'm clicking that thinking, ooh, I'm gonna get sexy titty to look at. Nope, it's a fucking dude. And I'm just like, damn it. I'm just like, fuck. Bamboozled by Blue Sky again. Yeah. Actually, Jack, question.
Okay.
Do you know, are you in the critically acclaimed MMO RPG Final Fantasy XIV?
Why have you asked me this again?
I keep forgetting because I am a terrible friend.
I have an account. I just don't want to play it.
Okay.
You can find my character, but I just, there's no point, honestly.
Okay. Is
Grant, do you have Lamoon Magic installed? I just want to check to make sure.
No.
Agreeing with titties.
No, I don't. I have because you can run it as Phantom Superman. Thank you so much for the follow. Like Dalamund makes it so that you can still play like base Final Fantasy 14 without, you know, running all that nonsense because it sits outside of the program files. So
I'm a big fan of using what would you call those? Like aliases for the funny things.
yeah,
Like
they're
Moon Magic.
yeah. So I love how Izzy writes like just this fantasy of me just screaming I'm not bisexual in a crowded mall.
Used to elaborate.
It's like that one.
Because I don't know what I just said.
What? Have you seen the last opening of Attack on Titan, where Aaron's just screaming at the sky?
Oh my god. I'm gonna be real with you. I didn't want to bother waiting for like Attack on Titan anime and such because it looked like it was kept getting delayed. So I read through the manga. I'm one of those elitists. I don't flaunt it, but only for this time am I gonna flaunt it. I read through the manga so much quicker than waiting for the anime. So I read through the manga, and at the end of it, I was just like, oh, well, fuck me. It's just, he just went with genocide. Like,
No, yeah, that's exactly what I did as well.
I'm gonna be real with you, chat. Like, your protagonist ain't base. He just did genocide. And if anyone's counter argument is, actually it didn't happen, he was trusting his friends to, it's still genocide. Whether you failed or succeeded is not the criteria here.
I'm pretty sure he succeeded in a genocide. He killed like many people.
He killed a lot of fucking people. Like he got them off Paradisia. He got them across the oceans and like most of the major continent. Like ridiculous. So wait, I need a DM Grant what my moot made now. What your moot what? Ah, goddammit, Blue. Why'd you throw Cactar at me? Is it because I didn't like say hi to you?
Get him! Get him!
What?
Get his ass!
Give him more air so he can pop.
Thank you so much for the hyper himbo, though. I greatly appreciate it.
We should have hypo-himboed him before we cactarred him.
Yeah. Why
It's
didn't you think of that, stupid? Yeah.
what if? What if? Hi there, buff werewolf dragon fireman. Welcome to the stream.
That is a mouthful.
Look, at least it's a name that I can read. All right.
Yeah.
I have had Eden Hawaiian pizza. I had dinosaur nuggies. Like, I've had some amazing names pop up in the chat.
Unfortunately, my name is not amazing. It is just basic. For I am the ultimate basic bitch.
Yeah, but it's fine being basic. Like, my zebra is Grant. Jack is a crow. Like, there's something
how
extra
Crow,
special.
With fire powers, excuse me. Thank you
Sorry?
very much, but sure. A crow with a fiery tail, but yeah, sure, of course.
see you, Grant.
I'm just
I
a
see you.
normal ass bird.
No, but
I see you, Grant.
look at your username. It says Jack the Crow.
The crow, and?
Get back here, Grant.
Oh,
Grant.
hang on. I need to swap
You
over.
can't escape
Yes.
me.
I'll hunt you to the
I'll
ends
chase
of
you
the
to the ends of the
earth.
earth.
There you are.
Hi, Grant.
Hi. So,
Hi.
this here is Cap. Oh, I should.
Hi. I'm blue.
Should have been the one to fill your dark soul with light.
Wait.
Oh, do it with the hyper himbo.
I could have filled your dark soul with light.
Is sanity the price to pay for power?
Oh wait.
Oh my
Did I-
god! Don't split this for him!
He doesn't know though. He doesn't know.
He doesn't know, yes, but oh god.
Does he know? Does he know?
No, he doesn't.
If it's about Devil May Cry, just assume I don't, unless you can tell me if it's something within the first or second.
Hell no.
Okay, cool.
Hell no.
I'm gonna do some gambling. Do you guys like gambling? I love gambling.
Yep.
What kind of gamba are you doing?
I'm doing the cactpot. The mini cactpot.
Oh, I need to do the mini cactpot as well. Let me get out of the
Big
mall.
money,
You know
shop
the
no
really
real
funny
quick.
thing about the cactbot? At some
What?
point, my brother just got really annoyed with doing the cactbot that he does like, hey, do you know you can just use a website? And I'm like, I'm sorry, what?
Yep, you can use a website that will like tell you like, oh, this is the ideal spot to hit.
Big money, no whammies.
So
1080. We love that.
And I was like, oh, well, okay then.
ooh, could this be
Sure.
it, chat? Fuck!
Is it? Damn. I got two 1080s and one dick shit nothing.
Who was texting?
Who's texted me? Ah, it's Grin. Ooh. That is quite the place, Grin. I have no idea what game that is, but that's quite the place. I love gambling. Oh wait, no, he's gambling. He's gambling.
Gambin. Hey, there's Orin.
Hey.
We're all doing our quick gamba for the night.
We love gambling.
Oh, Blue
Oh, you
is
lucky
in
son of a
the...
bitch. I wish I got the fucking Final Fantasy cards from Magic the Gathering. I wanted,
Oh,
man.
No,
I-
probably would've been doing.
I'll be real with you. If I had way more money, if I was a suspiciously wealthy fur, I would want to make a Xenos Voltron deck.
A Xenos Voltron deck.
Have you seen his card effect?
I have not.
So, okay, so when he enters the battlefield, he picks an opponent's monster. Everyone but him and the opponent's monster get neg 2, neg 2. If the opponent's
Whoa.
monster dies, you transform him. When he transforms into Shinryu. And the effect with Shinryu is when it ETBs, you pick an opponent. When that opponent loses, you win.
That is so very, very.
It is so Xenos. It is just, you just make yourself the table villain. Like, it would definitely paint a target on my back, playing Xenos even as early as, here's a neg 2, neg 2. Like,
But if by the time I get to Shinryu, if I somehow play a game where no one knows who Xeno Shinryu is, and I get to Shinryu, then I think people would be like, Alliance? Alliance. Yep, okay, we're protecting this guy.
I feel like you gotta, at that point, do the Xenos speech.
I don't know it off by heart. I only know his
Neither do I.
I only
but
know his
the-
catchphrase is like, a test of your reflexes.
A test of your reflexes.
Honestly though, that fight, such worth it. Like,
So fun.
loved it.
Also, I like your sunnies.
Oh yeah,
Do you like my sunnies?
yeah, they're cool sunnies. Let's see, does Orin can't wear sunnies with the pumpkin head, can they?
Nah, he's too orange, but that's pretty cool anyway.
Yeah. Actually, you haven't done any of your raids, have you?
I've done no raids.
Alright, let's... You know what we're gonna do? So, do you have them unlocked at least?
Let's see what I have unlocked. I've got... Let's skip Realm Reborn. I'm up to Arm of the Sun.
Oh my god. Are you really this far behind?
I've got Arm of the Sun. I've got the first Alliance Raider, Stormblood. Delta Escape 4. The first Copied Factory. The first Adelphos. No, Asphodelos. I've got Juno, the first Walk. And I've got AAC Light Heavyweight M2.
Okay,
I
hang
have
on, hang on.
nothing.
So if I
Progress,
go
I told
to
you.
all right, so as far as normal raids go, you got so you got the double AC for M1 and M2.
Yes.
All right, have you done M2?
I have not done Honeybee.
All right. Let's try and get you through Honeybee. Look, it's gonna take us less than 5 minutes. We got 2 tangs, and a healer. We might be lucky. Also, who the fuck is that? Oh, it's a NPC. I thought that was an actual Lalafell behind us.
Okay, just calling out that person. Just calling out the NPC.
Yeah.
Shit, I don't have
Good
a
fight.
honeybee-ish fit. I only got this on.
No, it's okay. I'm the same sort of thing. I don't do
You look like the Chosen.
it's my what's Mahuzi gear. So if I go to my so I've got, you know, butler maid. I've got, you know, tank gear. And then I've got beach mode. Then I've got paladin. Some weird like mechanical thing. This was my outfit for, I think it was either Endwalker or going into Dawn Trail. And I was described, I realized too late that this is just Shaggy in a Final Fantasy setup.
Nice.
Yeah. And then, yep, so we got that because of Endwalker. Then that was the end of... Oh no, this was what I wore to Dawn Trail. So this was like, you know, Explorer. And then that I've just been collecting over time. And then, yep, so we got this guy here. And then this is my gear for if I do the Whatsamahuzi for the monies, the MG. So yeah.
Fragonius is making breakfast, pancakes and eggs. Yummy, yummy. I would like some.
Oh, Frag, that sounds delicious.
Hey, oh, share.
Hey, oh shit. Look at these two. Look at these two just hearing that there's breakfast in another country.
Look. You know, it's not a good day. It's not a good morning until you make me breakfast, okay?
Yes. And it's always time for breakfast. Who doesn't want fucking pancakes?
Me. I am pretty happy with my you know,
Protein
tea.
shake?
Yeah, or yeah, sure. Easiest way to explain it. So,
I know what you are.
I know what you are. But yeah, so yeah, on my side, I've got, so we got to do the, so for me, I've got like all the, I've got all the cruiserweight 8 stuff done already, but I do go through it again and again to try and get the gear here, because Velk was really nice in providing me with, you know, ceremonial pieces, but I do want to swap over to, oh wait, these are 740s, Jesus. Oh wait,
I really
no,
hope,
the,
this
here it is,
duty doesn't
cruisers.
pop while I'm
are
going
7
to pee. I'll be right back.
Best of luck. So yeah, and then I've got, funnily enough, I have the Alliance raid for Endwalker, and then I still have like the normal raids as well, so I need to find out where I need to go for that conversation. And then Aglalia. So annoying you can't go into crystalline conflict like with a team. Could be good. But low, they don't want you to do that. And then there's whoever that is. Oh yeah, I should probably double check my what's Mahuzi. You can do it in duo soon? Oh, that would be honestly pretty good. That's actually probably one of like the better ways to have people get into PvP, is that you either do it solo and get a very crazy experience, or you get someone that's good in duos and such. Sure, it will like push the person up into the higher difficulties because they're duoing with like someone way stronger, but at the very least they got someone for communication. Oh so yeah, I had a whole ton of these guys because I was trying to pay it forward to I was trying to pay it forward to someone who was sending out like all this amateur nonsense because of a recent
I don't care what gender you are. Put on the maid
brain.
outfit.
Come on. Where's your head at?
Where's your head at? Where's your head at?
Hi.
Hi. There was a fashion report, which was really cheap, where you just needed slops and a leather choker, basically. And someone went and, like, gifted me, like, those things. Swolzilla, welcome to the stream! Thank you so much for the follow! Crazy.
Welcome.
Welcome. Hang on, I have the noise. Hang on. Where is it? Where is it? Here it is. Welcome. I knew you would come. Oh, it went off. Are you ready?
I'm ready. Action boy now. Action girl now.
This is honestly, this is a bop. Kusaki once a month hosts like a little thingy-madiggy of like song battles and such. And someone went and submitted this when I filled out my thing with a lot of different songs, and I'm so appreciative, and I'm just so sad that it only passed the first round and that's it. Oh, yeah.
Matsune Biku.
Oh yeah, I should probably
BGM up, gang. BGM up. By the power of bees.
AOBs?
It's hip to fuck bees. I like my bees in fuck suits. I fuck them on TV.
Huh?
I know that it's crazy. I know that it's nowhere. But I can see what's going now. It's hip to fuck bees.
The Honeybee Lovely Show has begun.
Let's put on a lovely show for the audience.
You main tanking?
yeah, I'm main tanking right now.
To your lovely
I barely remember it. I will be real with you.
I don't know it.
A vicious blow! Oh, that'll leave a mark.
Be at sides here.
Leave a what?
Good call.
What's that? Yeah, bending this shit like Beckham. I actually got to turn BGM up.
Hope you're ready for me to steal your heart.
Okay. I have honestly forgotten how to do this one.
Sting of Honeybee's charms.
What am I doing?
Oh, she's definitely.
There's going to be a bullet hell, by the by, so dodge.
Can the challenger resist the irresistible? I know I can't.
All right,
growing
so
infatuation.
we need to have. Oh wait, hang on. There we go.
Oh, it's like meteors.
Yeah. All right, so I can't take the next one. Oh, avoid that.
Do we get out of that?
Yep. And now comes the bullet dodging. Be careful.
Oh, I
there's
see how
some
it
on the
is.
outside as well. Ah!
Oh, I see how it is.
Damn it.
Alas, her charms were not to be denied.
That's not good. Thankfully, it doesn't like kill you. But yeah.
I'm surprised at how schmoovin' I am.
I'll make you mine.
Did she go southern for a sec?
Just there, yeah.
I'll make you mine. Damn it, I got V'd.
Yep,
Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, I'm fucked.
you're alive.
Is
I
everyone
mean, we tech
having a
those,
good
but
time?
like, damn. It does kind of sound like a Vocaloid song.
Yeah.
Not in the sense that it.
Because the
that it
joke
sounds
is
like a
that.
Vocaloid.
Oh, hang on. There we go.
A little taste to make it interesting.
Because she's supposed to be like a Vocaloid. Like, she's a pop
I
queen.
think she's more of just like a regular ass idol.
Yeah.
But like the music sounds like
Oh.
You ever
don't
heard
remember
a
this.
butterfly on your right shoulder?
Here comes her fearsome venom strike!
No hard feelings if I kill you.
Oh, she's southern now. Which is good because I'm into southern women.
In.
Oh boy. Out. Pokey pokey. That's one way to get into the hokey pokey. Using what's the move? Primal. What's
B is for brilliant.
Form of. Oh, watch out for the bees.
He's changed her routine.
Oh, so we're gonna just be like doing the do-si-do around her.
Yep.
God damn, they just...
Oh shit. All right.
No,
This way.
fucking dead.
Ooh, what
Yep.
a delight.
Oh, you gotta be
What's
joking.
Honey Beeline? Oh.
Don't worry, we got another healer up and running. It's just, you know,
We're just getting started.
it's just.
Who's my obedient little bee?
She's so southern. This is bad. I'm gonna simp.
All right.
Grab that meteor.
Yep, I can grab this one. We need a fourth. So I can't grab the other one. There we go.
Oh shit! No, that gives me a heart. I can't do that.
That gives it. Now that gives everyone a heart. So that's the problem. Oh no. So that's the problem, is that if you don't, if one person doesn't get it, then everyone gets it, is the problem. And unfortunately, like, yep.
Ah, damn.
Now comes the fun bit where you try and survive this.
Good luck. I'm floor tanking. Thank you, RN. Oh, but right into the blue kiss.
Your support means the world to me, everyone.
Where is? Oh, god damn you! All right, here we go.
Even I felt that one. Oh, but the challenger's still standing.
B is for beat you to a bloody pulp.
Shorty bad. Uh-oh.
Yeah, there's. This is gonna be a bit of a
Oh, they are
problem.
frantic now.
Yeah, they're all over the place. It's not great.
Dodge, dodge, dodge. Oh, I'm fucking Weave Nation certified.
Oh, fuck! God damn you!
Oh, I'm not Weave Nation certified. I got one. I was pretty close though.
Yeah, no,
So Weave
I
Nation
home
certification.
ganged because I was like pretty sure I was gonna. Yeah, just then. I'm an idiot.
What a clash! Neither side is willing to yield. They're still in it, but for how long?
I think I've been
Oh,
too
god
lax with my
damn you.
mitigations.
And then in.
I can take that.
Oh, there we go. And we're not yet at, like, you know, having... Oh, but thankfully we have 3 limit breaks, so... We have big damage available to us, and thankfully bloodletting is available.
They're back on their feet. What good?
We're moving crazy good.
Alive.
We're just getting started.
She says at 15%.
Yep.
What power? Looks like someone isn't holding back.
Where have I heard the announcer's voice before?
No idea.
I'll grab that.
Yep. That's better. That's better. Yep. Cool. Yeah, we're doing a lot better this time. Oh.
Ah, shit.
Damn it.
I got right into the mix.
Same here. I have not had a, Nope, that's me out.
Oh my!
Me
The challenger
out
went down
again.
hard.
Yeah, that's not good. 2% as well.
2%. Clutch up. Clutch up. We're back in the mix.
Come on, provoke. I don't need you going for anyone else.
Why don't you dance with me, honeybee? Good shit.
There we go.
It's all over. Until next time.
Alright.
TKO!
Go.
Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-da. Pepsi Man.
Gave me partner because you had it on a guy with 2 times weakness.
Cute.
Yay, we did it! Hey, astrology, my beloved. Thank you, Davy boy, for being a healer there. I greatly appreciate it. I quite honestly have forgotten half of that nonsense.
Recommendation. I'll give it to Le Dragon.
To think that, like, Velk is like, yeah, you could probably do Savage.
My ass cannot be doing Savage.
Nah. I want that unsynced, you know, shit. I only died because the dancer in Red Rage ran AoEs into me. Oh, that's a bit fucky. Alright, so that's in progress right now. Alright, so that's me done in this area. Alright, so the question is where do I need to go for... Like, is the quest that I need to go to somewhere in here? So there's a dungeon there. The Gates of okay, yeah, the Gates of Pandemonium. I think I need to go over to there in order to get the next thingamabob. So I'm gonna hop over there. So, oh god.
I need to go for Yana's Yam.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so you got the... Let me know when you're ready to take on the third thingamadiggy.
You got it.
Oh, you're good now?
Oh, no, no, I'm still going through the quest.
Ah,
Still in
okay.
The dialogue.
Oh my god, I forgot how to do that bomber guy.
It's crazy how there's like just people in Solution 9 with fully dyed hair.
Just fantasy
To
wise.
fight, not only win without using a feral soul, you're absolutely amazing. I'm cheering you on.
Mhm.
I was so surprised when I saw you in the ring. You're the hero who protected us from the soldiers. I've been your biggest fan ever since. You'll win next match too. I know it. I always give him British because.
Oh, this must be it. Yep.
You heartless fiend! How dare you embarrass our queen, sweet bee honey, like that? Fuck you! Fuck you! Enjoy this feeling while you can. You'll be begging for mercy when
The line mechanic where all the bees are random, that's the same on Savage, but the wall is death. Is the bees, like, dependent on, like, it just targets where people were standing? Because I imagine, like, if you knew that was gonna happen, then maybe... maybe the trick is then people just preemptively move to, like, predictable points, so then that way when the bees do their lineup, then everyone, like, runs to a different spot. The people are random, but the bee placement is random. Okay, fair, but the thing is that if everyone, like, let's say, for example, everyone is standing in the center, then it's all going into the cross-section, right? That's what I'm saying.
Chad, I think Yana's cute. I think I would kiss Yana.
Who is Yana?
The black cat.
It's one of the characters in Final Fantasy XIV, the critically acclaimed MMORPG.
Squint.
Okay, so
She's a cat girl with pink hair.
the
Who you fight?
so the quest isn't here? Question mark? Where's the?
Oh shit! I can't be seeing this. I haven't done that stealth for the.
Oh.
I haven't done that one.
Oh, okay, cool. So we can do that with you at some point in the future, and then when you're told to go someplace, I will follow you there because yeah, I don't know where in my journal that is.
Damn, this is a nice gym.
It's a good gym.
It's a good gym.
There's
Oh,
about
should I stream? Oh, baby sister. I'm streaming. Oh my god, she's baby. It's a pleasure to meet you, miss. My name's Naomi.
think,
Thank you
like-
so much for looking after my sister.
Okay, so they're not. All right, so the quest thingamadiggies aren't around here.
I should probably stop doing dialogue since I'm not the one streaming.
That's it's all good. All right. It's at this point that I do the streamer sacrilege and I go to the forums. Pandemonium. FF14, not FF15. Alright. There you go, Pandemonium Savage. There we got Pandemonium Abyss, which does 5th to 8th circles, Anabois, which does 9 to 12. Okay, so the Pandemonium quests are here.
They asking me to wear a regulator. You got me fucked up.
Okay, so it's in Labyrinthos? The fuck? Is that where I am right now?
Come on, man. I'm trying to do art. Why is my computer just being
Where the
ass
fuck is
right now?
Labyrinthos? Why is Chrome so difficult now? It used to not be a problem for my RAM.
I use Firefox.
It's a shame that, like, the only browsers that exist now is Chromium and then Firefox. But the problem, like, there's nothing else. Like, oh, Safari. Technically, Safari is also different, but who the fuck is running Safari on a Windows device? Though, my frames are gonna have a fucking time because, like, the what's a Mahuzi per second? Ah, you know why? It's probably because of all the fucking ads that are trying to load up. Oh, Labyrinthos is in the fucking... Oh my god. I am an idiot. Nope. No. No. The... Northern Empty. Yep, okay, so... Labyrinthos should be... Don't know where in Labyrinthos it is. So I'm gonna have to click on the what's-mahoozy thing. So I'm looking for someone named Clauden. Which is over in 8.6 and 27. So... That's... Okay, so it's somewhere around Aborto. No, we're not gonna use a ticket for that. Damn, that's crazy I have to travel so far. Just to get to some Endwalker stuff.
Oh, this is fishy. Getting immortalized at the age of 20 to live in the upper levels of the Everkeep? That sounds suspicious.
Man,
That sounds weird.
there just must be a lot of Kurt Cobains out in the,
Sounds like some cold, hard capitalism to me.
Once again, just anytime I'm in that fucking city, I'm like, this is a scathing comment on capitalism, I swear.
It feels like it, doesn't it?
It really
If it
does. And
If
every
it quacks
time
like
it's
a
like,
duck and it
no,
walks
it's about
like a duck.
Yeah, it's one of those things of like, no, it's not about capitalism. It's about, you know, the cost of memories and the cycle of grief. And I'm like, move aside. Claire Obscure is for my grief cycle. This is capitalism. Where's the orphanages? Where's the children? Where's the hospitals? 'Cause that's what's happening.
You don't need that. Nah.
No, because like I remember asking this when I first saw the town, like when we were like in the outside town. So back in so in Solution 9, which is all futuristic-y, like cyberpunky looking nonsense, just outside that town is the outskirts. And we learned from there that when a person dies, for whatever reason, everyone who has a regulator on loses memories of the person that just died.
And
which they still do at this point, from what we've learned. And that's kind of fucked up because how, like, the first thing that pops up in my head is the fact that, because technically speaking, memories, we don't store memories in a convenient manner. Where, like, no one stores memories with June 21st at, 12:14 a.m., GrantZeebs took his shirt off. No, like, we don't think of it that way. We think of it as, oh my goodness, I had a horny feeling about this way back when, and then your brain just does fucking synapse jumps. So, what if you had a young child whose only like understanding of the realm is the is through their parents. So if the parent dies, like, I'm pretty sure that child has now like lost like most of their connection to how they've learned to walk and talk and all that kind of nonsense, unless somehow they've also scored out how to do that as well, of like separating emotion and all that kind of nonsense, which
Oh, that's the.
Thanks for
this is the bird mama. What is this fucking guy?
He is a fuckwit.
That man is not under 20. That is a 30-year-old man.
Look,
that is a man with a tax file number.
Look, the K-pop industry, it ages you.
True. AAC, light heavyweight, M3, now accessible.
Alright, let's, so we're ready, join. Let's see how that goes.
Yeah, sit in the green room. Have an energy tonic. I'm almost typed out like slash Sonic.
Computer. Why is my computer protesting? Oh, cool. Why do you have two instances of Photoshop open at the same time?
BRB.
Is one a different like variant of the other? Because I know a lot of the time Photoshop will just do like a major update of like a month or a year, and it will keep the old year on there. It's like cool, so you won't let me.
You assume that I have like the most recent Photoshop?
I don't know. Like I try not to assume. You know
I
what
have
they
a Photoshop from what is this? 2000. Oh my god. Oh, now it doesn't want to tell me. Good, amazing. I love you. 2019. I refuse to use the recent ones. I refuse to use the recent ones.
Alright, fair. Understandable. Can't fault you for that.
Besides, there's a version that works, and like the last time I tried to upgrade, it was so laggy I couldn't draw a straight line without actually struggling. Let's see. Are you still struggling? No, you're not. Exactly! God. Sometimes it just protests because I'm watching a video, and then I have you loaded up, and then it's like, hey, I think that's too much stuff going on right now, and I'm like, you've had no problems before, why are you having problems now? I don't know. It's too much, can't do it. Stars are not aligned, no.
It's like that sometimes.
The stars, no, can't do it.
High. I believe I may die. Oh fuck yeah, concrete.
I mean, I think I might have to look into upgrading my computer just a little bit.
Nah.
Eventually.
Sure.
Adobe, my beloved.
One of the things I'm thinking of looking at is reducing how long I'm in the maid outfit for. Cause yeah, I've made it expensive, and I was like, oh, maybe I should make it like an hour long, and it's like, I feel like an hour in the maid outfit is too long at this point.
But I want to see this.
Thank you for the hyper himbo cap. I greatly appreciate it.
I want to see that. We like beef.
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 Sitting here, just. Oh, hang on, stretching. Sorry, sitting there.
Straight up making me
Walking
beef
some meat.
stroganoff. He stroking me off till I beef.
Oh, shut up!
He's stroking my beef till I'm off.
Just
He
eating that meat to
beef
some
till I'm
beef.
stroganoff.
Awful, awful. Smacking you, bapping you.
Bapping.
Someone should have hit the incorrect buzzer on me.
I don't have that. All I have is like a taser button from unnamed streams, and they're a little bit loud. It's like a real bzzz. What I do have is, and then there's.
I've got
Oh, dang it.
Yeah.
Nah, dang it. Nah, dang it.
I've also got. That's not the plot I thought it was.
Is it
Yeah.
weird that like, because I know there's like the lower tone kind of thing, and being in hyper himbo, is it weird that I want to try and be like flirty and sexual innuendos like more?
Please do.
Please don't.
We have the dichotomy of man.
The dichotomy of the LGBTQIA representation. We have like, you know, straight bi-curious being like, should I be flirtatious? And then there's one side that's like, yeah, and then there's asexual side like, please don't. I would appreciate it if we were respectful of one's pronouns and preferences.
Straight up, you suggested that, and I was just like a fucking cartoon, like a wooga.
Honestly, like, hang on. Where's the image? There's an image of blah 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 blah.
Blah 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 blah.
Where is it? It's a while ago, but there's like an image of like Wario with like the eye thingamadiggy, and I feel like you need to do something like that for your Oh, here it is. Found it. Didn't have to scroll that far. Ding. Oh, where's Cap? There's Cap. Bang, bong. Habin.
Like, you know what I got?
I will kill you without hesitation on this raid if you do.
Hello, Gordon.
Now, Gordon, it's only fair you know I am freaking the fuck out.
Look, Gordon, ropes.
We can use these to climb it. Help me, Gordon.
Help me, Gordon. And we're just like, God damn it, not again.
Look, Gordon, ropes.
Probably double check if there's.
What a classic stream.
Yeah.
It is just a classic Saturday night. It's late into the evening. Cap is just absolute bonkers. I'm having these questions, and then Jack is just sort of like, I need more coffee.
Coffee helps me sleep, so unless you want me to go to sleep,
I need
sure.
more caffeine. I feel like you drinking coffee to go get some sleep, I feel like there's something up. I feel like that shouldn't happen.
Yeah, and I know it shouldn't, but it is a thing.
It's
it
a bad
does help
idea
go
for me
sleep.
to. It's a bad idea for me to go through my my soundboard because I find gems like this. And
God.
also.
Why do you have stuff like that? I get stuff like this. Sir, please.
Fizz! How dare you bold me, Fizz! I need this hair! Also,
Hi, Fizz Tiger. Welcome to the stream. Great to have you. All right. You both done?
Alright, that's enough. That's
All right,
enough.
cool, awesome. I have it so that like the volume of soundboard isn't that high for me. Like just overall, soundboard is like 50% or something like really low. 30. It's like 33%. It's like a third of the volume because yeah, I get buzzer is a thing. Or not buzzer, but like
dang it.
no, not that. It's actually, you know what? Fuck it.
That wasn't that loud.
So,
Why have you tased me, sir?
So yeah, so I've got that, and some people do not moderate their they do not moderate their soundboard volume, so some of them just get hit with 100%, and it's just like, Jesus Christ, I feel like I've actually gotten tased. But yeah, hopefully you're having a wonderful morning, afternoon, or evening wherever you are, Fizz. I am currently going through some blah 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 blah. I'm going through some silly raids with Capricious, so then that way they can get a little more up to date with raid gear and what have you. Yeah. So that's me, that's Cap, and then that's Davey Boy, who's also in the chat.
Oh boy, I wish I played Final Fantasy. I don't want to download it again.
Oh yeah, I should
download it.
I should probably look up like. All right, so I know I need to talk to this guy, but I probably also want to actually. It's probably in
If you do download
Yukturel.
it, definitely download it using the XIV launcher, which supports multi-threaded downloading. I know, what's an incredible thing. Who could believe it?
Oh yeah, Dalamud does that as well. It does like multi-threaded stuff. All right, so I need to find. All right, so we got Fairy Docks. One Last Hurrah. Is One Last Hurrah what I want for the what's-mahoozies? Probably.
It's entirely possible.
Dun, dun, dun. This railroad is coming to Tyrell in search of you. Oh, level 90. Yeah, I can't do that. You know what? This. I need to submit this to the Kasaki song battle. I should have done this when everyone was posting Claire Obscure shit. It's jazzy. It's just so great. It would have worked so well because like this month's was just filled with saxophone for whatever reason. And
Well, Claire Obscura.
I know
That's
Claire Obscure,
why.
but here's the thing: is Claire Obscure. It was unfortunate that my song was like the 5th Claire Obscure song, so everyone was just kind of like, "I'm tired of this. Stop giving me Claire Obscure."
Hey Grant, I got a good pick for you.
You got a good what?
I got a good picture.
Honestly, that's a good picture.
Waiting in the green room for my next fight.
That's just you at the airport, I feel.
Yeah? I'm at the airport.
You're grand, aren't you? Just the man I was after, as it happens. Old Ketteram tasked me with finding you. Says he's got a proposition for you. Stay right there. I'll go fetch him.
Why are both of you streaming now?
Well, yeah, because here's the thing. When you're in my VC and I go through cutscenes where the dialogue is not voiced, there is a non-zero chance that...
I get pulled in for voice acting.
Yeah.
Which is good, because I love voice acting.
It's good practice.
Okay, fine.
Apologies for collaring you like this, but I was hoping we could parlay before you took leave of Tuliol.
Just give me my role.
I'll cut right to the chase. I want you on board for me final expedition. Huh? Before I get into the particulars, allow me to spin a quick yarn.
Also, your shit is at hella low res.
Yeah, no, because I don't want it fucking up like the rest of the stream. It's at 480p. Let me try and bump it up to 720p and see how we go. These days, any Eorzean sailor worth their salt bound for Tulol will take the established route and skirt the southern Indigo Deep. But back when maps of the realm were nothing but blank parchment past Vildebren, all we had was the allure of the horizon to guide us. Most of me fellow explorers weighed anchor and cut a course due west, heading straight for adventure. Alas, most were lost to the waves. Me crew and I reached Tulal on account of us ranging northward and avoiding the treacherous waters that claimed them. That stretch of the deep came to be known as Shade's Triangle. I had a notion to solve its mysteries on behalf of me fallen comrades, but after arriving on these shores, it was the land, not the sea, that promised adventures anew. Once I settled here and disbanded the expedition, I never did the opportunity. But then I crossed paths with a certain realm-renowned adventurer, and began to wonder. Something told me that with your help, I'd finally shed light on the mystery of those accursed waters. So how about it? Will ye join this old explorer on one last jaunt? It'd be my honor. Fuck yeah. Knew I could count on you. Truth be told, even before Galul Jaja asked me to watch over Koana and Wuklamut, I feared I'd never sail again. Any road, I sensed the pair were wise to me worrying, so I laid it all bare. Who wants to take Koana?
I call dibs on my sweet wife Wuklamat, but I can also do Kona if you want.
Jack, you get to voice the green-haired cat boy with glasses.
Man, I am trying to do work here, but sure.
You're a mod. This is
I'm
part of your job.
literally trying to do work. Do you want me to leave? I could, you know.
Look, you were. I bring you into these things. You're in the VC.
And you didn't ask if I wanted to do this, but sure.
You signed up for this. You're a mod.
Alright, goodbye.
All right. Jack said bye. All right. And you say. Oh.
No, after you.
And you say the mystery of Shade's Triangle has haunted you since? The region of which you speak is an impediment to trade with foreign nations. Any effort to unravel its secrets would ultimately benefit Tuliol.
Sounds like it might be the last chance you get, especially if you're hoping to get Grant involved. Besides, Papa would turn in his grave if we barred his old friend from one final voyage. I say, follow your heart, Tankwa.
Yay. I'm sure you'll be wanting more details, but I'd like to set sail sooner rather than later. Let's reconvene once we've put a few mobs between us and the harbor. The ship is ready and waiting. Had her sent over from Limsa specially. When you're ready, speak with Offengim over on the pier.
He doesn't have a shadow.
Oh, I probably have shadows turned off. Hang on, I should probably fix that. Give me a second. Where is my stream quality? Graphic settings. Here we go.
That man don't have a shadow.
That man don't have no shadow. Now it's under him. Has the thing not gone off yet? Oh my god, it's been like 15 minutes and we've gotten 1 DPS.
I feel like at this point we got a party finder. Or I just gotta wait until my fucking FC wakes up.
Maybe. Because the last thing because here's the thing, is like my concern is going into this thing, getting another cutscene, and then it procs off during the cutscene is my concern.
Man, I'm cool to wait for my FC.
NA wakes up in like an hour is what Oren says. I honestly thought NA would be awake right now because it's like morning for some of the Americans.
Yeah,
but yeah, looking at it,
origin stuff.
Yeah, it looks like no one is doing thingamadiggies, so.
Yeah, I say we withdraw and just, you know, we have a gay old time.
Let's have a gay old time. Grant, oh, do you want to do the Lady Explorer?
Ah, yes, of course. Grant, I presume Kettenram told... No, hold on. I gotta rogue it in it. Grant! I presume Kettenram told me all about you. The name's Offangheim, navigator by trade. They say Shade's Triangle is racked with storms year-round, but a closer look at the charts will tell you that ain't strictly true. For a brief season, the sky is cleared and the sea's calm, hence why the old explorer is eager to weigh anchor. What's the matter? Don't tell me you're wary of clambering onto this little rowboat. Ha! We're not rowing all the way to Shade's Triangle. Our vessel is waiting beyond the shallows. Any road? When you're good and prepared to leave, just say the word.
So yeah, Oren was like, hey, actually, Cap, why don't you unlock what Grant's doing too? Because this is like, you know, patch 7.2 stuff.
Right, so you just said Tuliholad, right?
Yeah, so we're over in, blah blah.
Tuliholad.
Tuliol.
Tuliholad.
Tuliol.
Tuliholad.
So yeah, all right.
Oh, is this the fucking expedition?
Yeah.
Call it?
Yep, so one last hurrah. Oh,
I've done exactly 0 expeditions.
okay, so
I
yeah,
haven't done
I'll need a...
Eureka. I haven't done nothing.
Well, you should be able to get into this one without any of the prior expeditions, I thought.
Yeah, probably. I'm just saying, I'm gonna be dog shit at this.
It's a
gonna
multiplayer
be straight
thing, we
monkey
can do it
with it.
together. It's a new Borgia, it's fun. Davey
Right.
boy, if you want to join in the VC, you're more than welcome to.
Okay.
So, we got like a...
a shit ton of cutscenes because I was watching you.
Not fair enough, fair enough.
Damn it. I've become invisible too fast.
Oh, and there you are. Bam, boom. Hello, Davey boy.
Hello.
Great to have
Into
you.
Shades Triangle we go.
Thank you.
I'm on a boat. I'm on a boat. Everybody look.
Don't know
Don't
whether...
know whether to respect. Oh.
Yeah, you
Don't
go,
know
sorry.
whether to respect your medal or question your sanity. But welcome aboard. Shades Triangle, here we come.
So you like went through the cutscenes real fast because you already like watched me go through them and such, I suppose.
Oh god, the music's layering.
Boobies! Those are boobies, chat.
Yeah. Out of curiosity, if we have any of you still any of the exploration stuff?
I've done a
yet?
little bit of Bosja. I have not yet done the crafter gatherer one, and I don't know if I have to be a particular level for those. And none of my gatherers are at level 90.
You don't for those, by the way. You just need to have a crafter of some sort, Finish Endwalker.
Okay. Plain sailing thus far. Might be time to talk about our destination. Shades Triangle is a churning mess of storms, so every time a vessel goes missing in the region, most blame the treacherous conditions.
But hear this. There are records of the last ship seeking out to chart those waters, and the message they relayed to their escort is passing strange. Conditions fair, crescent-shaped isle sighted in vicinity, potential safe haven during storms, attempting to make a landfall. They never made it back to port, despite the calm seas.
Folks have taken to calling the island the Occult Crescent ever since. They say it's not but a shifting mirage that claims the lives of all who sight it.
Everyone on board knows the risks involved in a voyage like this, but there ain't nothing like the thrill of the unknown to trump good sense.
Aye, the whiff of mystery and the promise of new discoveries hard to resist. Am I right in thinking the same applies to you, adventurer? God damn, my shades look cool. Anyhow, why don't you get acquainted with the rest of the crew? I'll be here checking the charts. Once you got the measure of the folks risking their hide along with you, come and find me.
Can I please play the Rogadin? It's like right next to the guy.
Right there.
Can I go, or do you want me to be the girl?
It's okay. I'm just gonna read these real quick because they're like, you know, just sort of sitting there. Grandfather once sailed with Keteram. He was right there with him when they first made landfall in Tural. But it wasn't Tural they were aiming for. They left Eorzea westward, bound for Hingashi. They didn't count on a great big continent lying between them and their destination. Once they were ashore, they soon forgot all about the Far East. Eventually, my grandfather settled, and here I am, 3 generations later. By all accounts, journeying with Keteram is life-changing. I mean that in the best possible sense, of course.
Does that mean Keteram is like the Christopher Columbus
Basically so. He thought he could find another way to India, and then he got lost and ended up in America.
Yeah.
This ain't me first trip to these waters. I sailed close to Sanders Triangle to survey the weather many a time. Only on the clearest days, when the sea's flat as glass, do you get a glimpse of the isle. It looks unremarkable from a distance. That's exactly what the poor bastards who went missing must have thought. Never did pluck up the courage to take a closer peek, curious as I was. But when I heard Kenarem was leading an expedition into the heart of the triangle, I signed right up. Don't get me wrong, I've still got me reservations, but when I think of whatever's waiting for us in those waters, it's the excitement that wins out. Yeah, I'm probably gonna accelerate through these dialogues, to be real with you. Some foolhardy treasure hunt, lying in the safe passage, potentially established person. Just imagine the boon to foreign trade. Stake to light it. No, that fucker is a gatherer. That's why he's caring about gold and money. Hi there, Coach the Bruh. Okay, normally I'm not a maid. I am a himbo zebra, but not normally a maid, all right? Normally I'm dressed up. When did I get turned into a maid? How long ago was that? That was 2 hours ago. Where's the maid outfit? When was that done? Action cues, action history. The maid outfit was done 11:50. Okay, so in about 8 minutes. In about 8 minutes, I should be out of the maid outfit. As a bunny maid, you still approve. Fair. We respect our maids. So yeah, welcome to the stream. There's no telling what awaits us on the island, which is why we're enlisted the help of experts and artisans to supplement our crew. There's one fellow we're all wishing we'd steer clear of, though. After we left port, I caught the crazed fool trying to launch one of the lifeboats. We managed to lock him in the hold, but the Vidral set about drinking all the rum in sight. In the end, we tied him up and stuffed him in one of the barrels he's drained dry. Who the fuck are they talking about? We don't have any drunks in Final Fantasy XIV.
That's wrong. I'm in here.
Nice. Looks like he had a good chat with the crew. That's the thing with seafaring. A close-knit crew is indispensable out on the open sea. I know there's talk about me feats in reaching Toral, but in truth, I couldn't have done it without me fellow explorers. Wherever the wind takes us, I consider it my duty to get us all there and back in one piece. So high. Right. We'll be entering Shade's Triangle any moment now. Look sharp. Alright, here comes another good scene. So yeah. Land ho!
I'm sure that Land is a nice woman. You shouldn't call her a hoe.
Hold steady. We sail straight for her.
Aye, aye.
Brilliant. Great work.
Of course, I'm truly the best voice actor.
We'll find someone for your Davy Boy to voice. Look, booby.
You can voice the booby.
Oh. I don't know.
He did it.
He did it. Good on.
Peak.
Where's that blasted island? We just had it in our sights. Land spotted off the starboard stern. The fuck?
How did it get there?
What? Oh, yeah, this is your...
What? Don't tell me we careened right past it.
Get this Hulk turned around.
Quit jerking off with your hope hands and get moving!
Is it gonna mirage out of our way again? Hang on, let me just look closer.
It went off camera. We can't find it.
God damn you. Lost sight of the damn thing again. Shifted mirage was right on the money. If the isle itself was moving, the waves would be surging right over the bulwark. This is no natural phenomenon. Something is messing with our perception.
Holy shit, you're a new type.
Ye deserved heed. Oh wait, actually, Davy boy.
Yes.
Ye deserved heed my call. So you'll do the ethereal voice thingy-majiggy, but you might need to be quick.
The new type voice.
Yep.
Okay. Wait, what do you want me to do? Hold on, I zoned out.
There's gonna be dialogue. There's like apparently someone talking to us in the ethereal.
Oh,
like,
okay.
who are ye talking to? Because someone was like, ye deserved heed our call or something like that.
Oh, that.
Strange voice, ye say? I didn't hear a thing. What in the... I've lost control of the rudder! It's like something's reeling us in! Gods.
John Beetle?
I was just trying to do an accent, and for some reason, sure, John Beetle, whoever that is.
He's the Mystic Sixth Beetle.
Oh.
Holy shit, they drifted that thing!
Boom, deja vu! I have been through this place before. Couldn't be the island, could it? I feel like there's gonna be like a ethereal dialogue soon.
I like how it's straight up the new type effect from Gundam.
Yeah.
Like literally those sparks at the back of like the head.
Where is it?
Straight out of Gundam.
Really? That's cool. How's the hull looking?
No obvious damage, but the ship's stuck fast. Almost as if we dropped anchor.
Perfectly docked and without a single scratch. There ain't a helmsman alive who could have managed that.
I fear she'll end up like that one if we try and shift her.
I reckon we were brought here by some sort of arcane trickery. Trapped too, most likely. Heh. Magicked right to our destination. Quite the stroke of luck, if you ask me. Well, there's nothing for it but to get this expedition underway. That voice ye heard on the ship, starting to wonder whether that wasn't some kind of summons. I'm glad to have you with us, regardless. As for the isle itself, I'd assume it was uninhabited. Certainly wasn't expecting to come across this phantom village. Like as not, there's some sort of ward encompassing the island to keep us here. Hiya, Sage. Welcome to the stream. That said, there's a chance ethereal currents could circumvent the ward, assuming ye can tap into one. Might be worth a try if adventure calls you elsewhere. Any road, as much as I'd like to gather the crew and get stuck right in, we'd better secure the perimeter first. Oh, and I thought I'd give you a journal to jot down your findings along the way. Hope you're having a wonderful morning, Sage. Figure there's more than a few folk out there who'd appreciate the record of your exploits here. Fill those pages and give them something to sink their teeth into. Dun 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 dun. If you wish to return to Tulal during the expedition, interact with the ethereal current by the moored ship. The corresponding current at the high tide harbor facilities travels back to the occult thingy. Okay. Collection expanded to include the occult records. The occult record is now available under collection in the duty thingamajiggy. New entries for prominent terms and characters will be added to the record as you explore the occult crescent. Keterem Blaufseisten. Whatever the fuck. Keterem scans the empty settlement with wary eyes. Ooh.
Gonna be a bee.
Not to worry, not to worry. Also, I'm back to my normal attire, coach. Odd. Not a single soul about. No use pondering, though. We better take a look around while Ofengeim stands guard. As long as the ship's safe, so are all the provisions on board, and that means one less worry while we're getting our bearings. Let me know if you find anything of interest. It goes, Sage. So I got started back at like 11 o'clock my time. So it was like so it was very late in the night. Did a little bit of chatting. Cap joined in. Jack the Crow joined in for a little bit. Cap is like Cap and Jack are my moderators. Both of them do art from time to time. And yeah, we went into Final Fantasy XIV. Jack was in the middle of doing art and what have you, and they don't go into Final Fantasy XIV, but Cap joined in. We did a little bit of raid. Like, we did like a normal raid with them to try and catch them up and such. And then on the next raid, it didn't look like anyone was joining in, so we went into the Occult Crescent. So we're gonna have a little explore around of the Occult Crescent and such. And Davy Boy joined us because when we started going through some, cutscenes where there was like voice dialogue, I have it as a thing where if you're in my VC, there is a non-zero chance that I might call on you to do some VA work or something like that here and there. And yeah, Jack wasn't interested in doing that because, they were in the middle of art, which is understandable. Fair enough. So yeah, they left, so they were able to do art like it more constructively, and yeah, now we got Davy Boy with us, who's also playing this game. It's unclear whether the stone emits light naturally or if some internal mechanism is causing the illumination. Alright, so we got a weird lantern. Let's see, is there anyone inside this door? Also, why didn't sometimes my keys stop and that made no sense. The foliage choking the building and the overall state of decay suggests it's been abandoned for some time, left to the mercy of the elements. I will be real with you, this place looks lovely.
It's a reference to another Final Fantasy, actually.
Oh, is it? I haven't played any of the other Final Fantasies, so I know that the Alliance raid that's going off is apparently a reference to Final Fantasy XI, apparently?
It is.
Okay. Oh, hey, there's a survey point?
Yes. They're going to be all over the place. Make sure you grab those, because those are the records.
Oh, okay. Quote record number 2. So wait, so this is another Final Fantasy XI place?
No, it is not.
Okay.
This is related to, if I had to describe it, if you care about spoilers, it is related to Final Fantasy V.
Okay. I have... Oh, excuse me. Sorry, I had kind of accidentally yawned there. I haven't played any of the Final Fantasies besides Final Fantasy XIV right now, Final Fantasy 15, but that was before I ever did streaming. I tried doing Final Fantasy 16, but I don't know, something about the mixture of the mechanics and the story didn't hook me in as much as I thought Final Fantasy was going to do for me. and I have Final Fantasy 1 to 5, or no, 1 to 6, sorry. I have it on in my Steam library, but I've not started playing them yet. I feel like going through the earlier Final Fantasies would definitely be like, you know, something to play like as a nostalgia thing on the Mondays, but I've already gone through a number of, you know, RPG games and what have you, so I kind of want to like tone down on RPG games and get through some of the other stuff such as, you know, Devil May Cry, Metal Gear Solid, Gears of War, you know, quicker to completion kind of games.
Completely fair, honestly.
Yeah.
Also, you do need more time when it comes to the older Final Fantasies. They are difficult and a bit of a grind fest, depending on which one you're on.
Yeah. So I know there's a capybara streamer. I'm trying to remember her name, but she does like speed runs of like randomized Final Fantasies. So like it's very tempting to be like, hey, I'm gonna get started on Final Fantasy 1 and just looking for some advice on like, you know, what is an advisable way to, you know, not break the game, but just make it so that I am not, you know, what are things that I can pursue, and what are things that I should just be like, it's not important. Because yeah, some RPGs have that where it's like, here are some elements of side story that is very, very deep, and then here are some side elements that are just, you know, not even worth. It's just fetch.
He's just standing up there.
Menacingly.
Meanwhile, me and Aaron are bouncing.
Yep. Oh, I don't see you in the bounce. So
you're not instanced yet.
Okay. So have you played any of the other Final Fantasies, Cap?
I've played so many Final Fantasy. I haven't finished many Final Fantasy, but I've played many Final Fantasy. I played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Hi there, Blue.
7, 8.
I'm
10,
guessing. So you've played a lot of them, but you've not finished them.
16, 15.
Yeah, okay. I'm guessing you're no longer closer to solving the Isle's mystery either. Looking at these structures, I'd say this settlement's ancient. The original inhabitants may be long gone, but I was half hoping to find a few survivors from the wrecks at the very least. Anyhow, this building's in particular took me interest. I managed to force the lock. I don't want you to think I make a habit of breaking locks in general skullduggery, other than when strictly necessary, of course. Let's take a look inside, shall we? How's it going, Blue? Hey, Blue! 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 Wait, Blue! Blue. What Final Fantasies have you played? Also, is this gonna be a voice cutscene, or is this gonna be just a cutscene? Also, why is there, like, a tomb? Oh, rat. A sarcophagus. Sarcophagus, you reckon? I wouldn't get too close. Notice if I were you. I sense arcane trickery afoot. These candles are being kept alit by natural means, that's for damn sure. Someone went...
It's a sigil.
Someone went, I feel like, just as that went up, and I wasn't too sure if that was the game or someone in VC. Just as I thought. Experience tells me a ward like this will have you jumping through hoops to dispel it. Oh. Only ye deserved melee came.
Also, did you like the sound effect I put to it?
Oh, that was you with like the fucking the yeah, that.
Yeah, it's the new type sound effect.
I didn't hear a thing. If they're addressing you in particular, methinks that ward might yield to you.
Playing through 7, nice.
Yeah. It's on my to-do. Actually, here's something someone has told me. I have not gone through the remake, but people, like, I've had some people be like, don't play Final Fantasy VII, Evan remakes, go through the original, because apparently they, like...
Yeah, do that.
That's the recommendation?
Yes.
Yeah. Also, can I play this
You'll-
new guy? Davey?
You'll be very lost. Do you want to play him?
I would like to play him.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Not sure which is more comforting. Not sure which one is more confounding mystery. Your magic touch or this godforsaken rock we're standing on? It's just the power of IT. Shit just works when you walk by it. Oh my god, a black thing. I probably could have described that better, but is that a tomberry?
Disgusting black creatures. Get out of my sight.
I was going to click that, but I didn't have the fucking.
Are you
voice
serious? You have that as a soundbite. Also,
I have many things.
A tonberry. I should have known. Given the shape of him. Also, he doesn't have a stabby.
Ah! Thoroughly refreshed and raring to go.
What?
And who might you two be?
Wasn't expecting the common tongue.
You take me for some benighted fool? Ah, but perhaps a valid supposition, given my current form. You stand before the archive, the very definition of erudition. Now hurry up and introduce yourselves.
I'm Grant.
Oh, Grant is it? Those keen, searching eyes of yours. Clearly, you have an inquisitive mind like no other. Save my own, that is.
I'm Ketamin, an explorer hailing from Limsa Lominsa. We're here on an expedition backed by the nation of Tulio.
Ketamine? Like the drug? Lims'll know what now? Tulio what? I visited each of the 12 city-states and learned all there is to know about their peoples and cultures, but those names ring unfamiliar. To think a whole nation would elude me. Tell me, when exactly was this Tuliolal founded?
I would fucking laugh if this guy somehow existed before the Sundering.
The 7th astral era? I've moved to the island to avoid spreading the affliction that left me as you see, and probably fell into a deep slumber.
If memory serves, such a plague swept the realm at the end of the 5th astral era. But that'd mean you've been asleep for more than 1,500 years.
That would much explain why I feel so rested. Now that I am awake, I should very much like to see what has become of the isle.
It's just a tiny little guy just holding his lantern, just like...
I just love his immediate reaction to being asleep for 1,500 years. It's just, huh, no wonder I'm good, so well rested.
It's just like...
Anyways, I'm gonna have a look around.
It's got that Robin Williams kind of thing, where it's just like the genie's just like... Ugh. 10,000
still
years!
I certainly don't recall the memorial fountain being so begrimed with algae. Perhaps you do speak the truth. But I'm glad the fountain still works. And this strange ether I sense pervading the island. Could it be a ward of sorts? The noggin's still foggy after that eon's long slumber. There was a time when I knew all kinds of things. The name of every battle and the weight of all the riches in the world in ons. I was a wise old man, a gushing font of knowledge. Say, I could be a real boon for your expedition once I get up to speed. Shall I join you on your adventure? Nay,
endeavors.
I shall join you on your endeavors.
Let's venture forth onto this mysterious isle. Seeing as there's nothing in this settlement out to kill us, I think it's time we get the crew ashore and earning their keep. I'll be right back. Hopefully we can learn more about the Isle from our newfound co-conspirator. Also, yeah, I can totally believe it, Blue, that in a game of Magic the Gathering, a Tonberry could kill an Emrakul. Does the Tonberry have Death Touch? It better.
Tonberries are fucking horrifying.
They are.
Yeah, no, in older games, they're fucking evil.
Yeah. I love how, like, we retain this. It's like, Tonberries, evil. They are insta-killers. Chocobos, they're lovely, except the red one. Go ahead.
About that, do you want to know where the red one came from?
I don't know where, but I have seen it in Bozja as a fate or something like that, and it's just, oh, what the fuck? I was so...
So, remember that game I told you about? 5? Yeah, that's where that came from.
Oh! Knowing our luck, we're probably gonna deal with it in this area again. Like, it had it in the Bozja, like, southern front thing, and we're gonna have it in this one.
Perhaps.
Perhaps.
Do you like my little lamp? Would you care to elaborate on what brought you here? So this isle lies in the Shades Triangle, and many a ship have gone missing in these waters. Sounds like Bermuda.
I love the Final Fantasy Bermuda Triangle.
It is fantastic. We have Final Fantasy Mexico. We have Final Fantasy North America. We have Final Fantasy Late Stage Capitalism. We have Final Fantasy all sorts of things.
We have Final Fantasy Fortnite.
We have Final Fantasy Tacos.
We have Final Fantasy Future Bug Food. You mentioned the wrecks out in the bay. It's not unreasonable to think some of those sailors would have made it ashore. Why did no one try to wake me?
The door to your chamber was tightly barred. Hey there, Incineroar. Welcome to the stream.
But your burling companion was able to force the lock. I dare say, younger, swarthier sailors would have even less trouble getting that door open.
Never mind that. I'm still puzzled by the strange voice that only I can hear.
You must be going insane, laddie. You mean to imply someone summoned you here? Clearly it wasn't me. I've been sound asleep for the last few millennia, give or take. What a tantalizing conundrum! We must simply get to the bottom of this.
Yes. Oh, Davy boy, here comes a voice line for you.
Sure. Is it knowledge you seek?
I love this song. What manner of creature is this?
Familiar, methinks. Looks like the fairies employed by Nimian scholars of Eld. Was it you who summoned her?
Me? Preposterous! I would have summoned something more, statuesque.
How rude. My name is Iris, and I certainly wasn't called forth by the wizened little wretch like you.
I do declare. Wizened? You mean wise, you petulant little whelp? Honestly, who'd ever summoned such a companion so lacking in manners?
I know exactly what I meant, and you, sir, are lacking is wisdom. A seal has been placed upon your worldly knowledge, thus preventing its use. You can only speak of that of which is the long-earned individual over here has seen and learned firsthand.
I wonder if we get different descriptors depending on our species, because, yeah, Vieira, long-eared makes sense.
Yes, you do.
Nice.
With Rodigan, you get big buff. Or burly.
Ah, nice.
Is that so? Well, that explains why I can't muster the faintest of motes of magic. I tried to heal myself earlier to no avail. Centuries of sleep on that cold stone slab really took a toll on my lower back.
He does it.
Enough of you and your aching bones. Iris, where is ye master? Let me try a different tact. Why were ye summoned here?
I don't know.
Useless!
Well, fuck you too!
Ha! Looks like someone has had their knowledge sealed away. If I'm wizened and lacking in wisdom, then you're naught but an unfamiliar! Ha ha ha!
Real wise there, Archive.
Ah, I'll tell you one thing. That fairy was steeped in the same ether permeating the island.
Huh.
She stunk of it. She was very stinky. So smelly of ether. As I surmised, there was a strange ward covering the isle in its entirety. No doubt those ships in the bay were caught in its pull.
Well, wards can't just cast themselves, meaning someone's responsible for these poor souls who perished in Shade's Triangle. Methinks our focus ought to be finding out where we can, of what we can about this individual. And let's not forget that strange voice you keep hearing. For all we know, it could be connected in some way. Right. Let's go speak with Joffrey over yonder. He ought to have word on progress at base camp.
My name's Jeffroy.
Jeffrey. Also, hi there, Yunsart, or Makara. Welcome to the stream. So, wait, what's it with scholars liking the fairies and being like, oh boy, lunch? What's up with that?
You eat
Because you eat them.
You do? As a scholar?
Yeah.
Yes, you can eat them to restore MP and your health, and, among other things. It's a part of your utility where you just eat them for aether stacks.
You wanna be Jeff?
Ridiculous.
Baby, you wanna be Jeff?
Jeff? Oh, sorry. You'll be pleased to hear preparations are well underway. I sent an advance party to scoot ahead while the ships are being unloaded. I already found an ideal spot for the ship's foray into the island's southern reaches. And are setting camp up as we speak. Fuck, I can't do this voice. Never mind, I'm just gonna just speak normally.
When you're ready to head out, just say the word. Once you're out in the field, you'll have to speak with Kettenram to decide how to proceed. The support crew will be stationed here in town. Be sure to avail yourself of their services if you're in need. And if you're after a weaponsmith, the word is we hired a truly remarkable craftsman for the expedition. Judging by his reputation, you'll soon have your weapons honed to deadly perfection. Point. The smithy will set up over yonder. Do drop by if you're interested. Well, that's all from me. Give me a shout when you're ready to make the encampment.
Dun, 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 dun. Excellent.
So, my actual recommendation here is if you haven't did it, talk to Gerald and get the weapon quest started.
Okay. Whenever you...
Because the earlier you do it, the more likely you'll get the weapon done faster.
The required average level is 690, and the item level will be synced to 700. Oh, cool. So yeah, I've already passed that.
Oh yeah, we good.
Yep.
If you weren't okay, I was just gonna make you gear that now. Just in case.
Just in case.
You're an angel.
Well, thank you. Thank you. All right. Yeah, I'm now okay. So let me run over and do the thing.
Yeah, I would recommend
what are you doing here?
Unlock.
Yeah, I do recommend just doing that and unlocking it before getting into the southern front.
I will be real with you. I thought we'd be talking with the Gerald from the Shard from Solution 9.
No, not really. This is technically not on that area, so different Gerald.
Yeah, I understand, but like that was my thoughts when I saw Gerald like during the main quest line, like, or at least his shard equivalent, is I thought we were going to like have the weapon quest line happening from Solution 9. That would,
I getcha.
so I thought like we'd have quests that was like we'd have to keep talking back at him and what have you while he was there. But yeah.
No, typically whenever it comes to the expedition forays,
Mm-hmm.
it's this Gerald
Yeah.
normally.
Fair.
So, do I need to equip a specific weapon for the Demi-Atma?
No, just go in and start farming.
That rum-addled reprobate. Wouldn't be surprised if we found him floating in the sea. Oh, I've need of the smithy, do ye? I'm afraid we ain't up and running yet. Truth be told, the weaponsmiths we hired bolted before we could finish setting up shop. A master of his craft by all accounts, but he's been nothing but trouble since... Wait, this is your accent, isn't it, Davy boy? Pretty sure, like the way... Look at the accent in the this is your kind of dialogue, I feel.
Oh, that's Irish Scottish, yeah.
Close.
Master of its craft by all accounts, but it's been nothing but trouble since they set foot on the ship. Trying to escape, we threw him in the old. Woes won't let him there. He drank most of the booze we brought along the expedition. I tell you, the bugger was pickled by the time we oiled him out. Anyhow, the bastard's gone and disappeared.
I'm gonna go grab me a Pepsi.
Sounds like you kidnapped an upstanding artisan and held him prisoner.
We're explorers, not blatant pirates. He signed a contract fair and square. That said, he won't be seeing a bleeding gill of compensation. It's going straight into the consortation that introduced us. I suppose I can't blame him for getting cold feet. Arrow, you can't have gone far. It's not like there's anywhere to run off in this rock. It's as good as they say, I reckon. It'll be a bonus for your adventuring to keep your eyes peeled. If you run into a shirtless, rum-soaked good for nothing by the name of Gerald, tell him to come see me.
Excellent. Thank you, Davy boy.
Oh, you're fine.
Alright, so... somewhere around here. Oh, once again, the keyboard just suddenly stops using my W key. Weird. Alright. So... oh, there he is. Thankfully,
yeah, it's
that...
not too hard to find him.
Yeah. I thought maybe Geralt would have finally met one of his shards. Nah, I think that would ruin the magic if he saw one of his shards. Like, I think it's fine that Hildebrand saw his shard, and it's just like, the both of them are just like, no, looks nothing like us. I think that's fine, because that's in the Hildebrand adventures kind of flavor. I think if Geralt ever saw one of his shards, I feel like that would be, I don't know, I like, it would have to be crafted well, but yeah, he's limited for like weapon construction and such. So he's more of like ingenuity and like, you know, breaking the limits and such. He's not a slapstick character so much.
Yeah, I feel like if it was to actually ever happen with Gerald like that, it would be only around the time when Y'shtola actually learns to be able to travel warp shards with ease.
Yeah.
Later in the storyline, because then it would make sense.
And by then, I would also hope that it would be a case of, like, it could be similar to, like, you know, the Council of Reeds or like, all the other, like, you know, points in, like, you know, comic books where Geralt is just sort of like, I'm gonna need to talk to some of my friends. And then it's just like, turns out it's just different shards of Geralt, and they're like, we are the greatest minds of weapon crafting, and we're trying to make the Ultima weapon. Something like that.
They probably wouldn't get along at first. Yeah, no, he would literally be like, who's this imposter? Is this a fucking mimic? I'll kill you.
It would be a case of like, you're a fraud, you wouldn't be able to make anything. And then and that would be the starting off point of you create a weapon, you go to a different shard, or you go back to the original, and he's like, "Ah, this is rubbish. He jilted you. You need these things." And then you go back to the other guy, and he's like, no, he wasted your time. You need these things. And then because of this back and forth, until finally you get to like the final form, and it's like, and then they're finally like, we'll prove it once and for all. And then they both work together, and then it's just, and then you have your moment of like, I see.
Yeah.
You're on just chatting,
Also,
by the way. Oh yeah, I need to fix that. That took a while.
Yeah. Do you want me to voice act for Gerald?
Do you want to?
Yeah, I don't mind.
Alrighty then.
Not a drop of rum to be had in this bleeding ghost town. There was not a mention in those shades triangle when I signed this goddamn contract. Talk about bloody pretenses. More the fool one trusting the handler like I.
Geralt.
Who the heck? Oh, fuck at me. I can't do a blatant job without you showing your ugly mug. That said, never a dull moment when us two team up. How about we finish our job sharpest and get off this desolate rock, eh? Come on, you dirty ball bag.
Yeah. It's great. It's great to have you, VA, like doing voicing.
I don't mind.
Yeah. He drank all. Yeah.
He did drink. And he still wants more. I don't blame him.
I'm back.
Welcome back, Cap. We found Geralt.
Yeah.
You must have had time coax him back. Apologies for all the trouble.
Great.
Right, with the smithy up and running, it's time we start earning your keep. Let in there. Do you think I'm going sully hammer around tongs, knocking out of the way for the village smith with half our brain could handle? No, nothing less than the high nine possible fates of the genius stroke of fire these days. Says the impertinent drunk the hold on.
Do you want me to do one of the voices so then that way you're not talking? Says the impudent salt who drank the old dry, racking up more debt in the process. You hardly in a position to dictate terms. Though it does seem daft to fork over eye-watering sums to Arizorizia's finest weaponsmith. Only have him forge and plain old swords and shields. Any ideas, adventurer?
I want a new relic weapon.
I'm sure Eorzea's finest weaponsmith has his own ideas.
It doesn't matter of fact. Devilish as new means of refining weapons and armor. I couldn't help notice all the Aether permanent in the place. I reckon I can tap into that somehow. Cause I'll need raw materials. Some magic warp ore from the Isle should you do the trick, you know.
If it's ore you're after, our surveyors soon be conducting a preliminary excavation. Is that all you need to start?
Hardly. If that were the case, any old fool could do the job. Magical properties can be fleeting and elusive without the means to properly harness the Aether. There's every chance the ore will degrade in the process.
Also, how dare you dehimbo me, Blue? So here requires something else besides raw material? An inkling as to what that might be?
Sometimes a foul beastie in the throes of death will leave behind crystallized chunk of its life essence. I've used this stuff in the past. While it ain't exactly common, I'd wager if you find on this bastard rock. Not that it's unique to this island, mind. I'm sure you'll find it elsewhere too.
Does this mysterious crystal have a name?
Indeed it does. Demi-Atma.
Here we go again.
Ah!
Ah, shit. Here we go again.
I'm getting a fuck. My guy's just like, Echo, take me. Thanks for providing the spark our weaponsmith needed. Let's see. Looks like he's committed to fulfilling his contractual duties at the very least. Say how you feel about adding in the Fiendfelden part of the gambit. While you're out acquiring Demetia, I'll see how amenable a Geralt is to Deatma. I'll see how amenable a Geralt is to helping around the smithy. I reckon there's a reasonable division of labor. So, Blue, and to anyone that's not familiar, the first, artifact weapon, for your class that you could get was at the end of A Realm Reborn, and it was called the Zodiac weapon. Your first task was to go to different fates in different regions, fighting monsters for at the time, 5% chance on completion of gold certification, a Demetia crystal.
An Atma crystal.
An Atma crystal. You needed to find, several... Okay,
12.
So regions are... the living memory. Holy shit, they have us going all the fucking place, don't they?
I'm pretty sure we can just grab them here.
Oh, thank Christ.
You can. So I will say, as a recommendation, there is a few of the Demi-Atmas that have a bullshit rate right now in there. You'd be better off doing actual fates in other areas for them. I can't remember the exact color, so I'll message in later down the line when I get a friend about that.
Journey to the Occult Crescent, Southhorn.
Yes.
It's time for an expedition.
And I will say they did streamline this from Boja to make it easier.
I remember...
Oh, go on.
Oh, wait, no, I'm an idiot. Boja went off during Stormblood, so technically speaking, or...
No, Boja went off during Shadowbringers.
Wasn't Boja, a recommended way to, level up your gear?
Boja is.
Yeah.
At the time, for here, you'll be doing a relic weapon. That relic weapon, if you max it out, will do you till 95, 96, the next expansion. So 100 and whatever halfway end of the next expansion, that gear will do you.
Oh my god, we get, knowledge. We got occult records.
Yes. Also, do me a favor. You know that little menu for the knowledge level? You see that little gold symbol? Click it at the top.
Sync all party members' knowledge level to create a balanced team.
Yep.
Oh.
So now we'll be able to get XP while we're in a party.
Nice.
So the next thing, right, is click the little blue icon of the character, the pixel art. So this whole thing now is we get subclasses.
Aww.
We're gonna get a subclass.
Nice, and we... Okay, and then there's, jobs at different levels.
You'll unlock more doing some of the quests in a minute.
Yep.
But basically, you'll have a phantom job class. You'll have little subclass abilities throughout the entire game mode for here.
Okay.
It's the thing that they took from 11, where you could take a subclass under your current class. So say, for example, you... Oh, go on.
Okay, hang on.
Phantom Knight is very handy because you will be able to get a tank stance.
Yep.
And you will also be able to get invuln that you can use multiple times over.
Radio. I'm just gonna... Ah, there it is.
There is one thing I will say when it comes to the Phantom classes, is Phantom Chemists, I would not recommend you to do it in particular.
It
costs skill to do it.
Oh. You'd be.
It costs Gil to do it like 300k a go.
Oh my god. Yeah, I don't want to waste my money. You'd be hard pressed to find a better location to stage an expedition than this. And to think we'd even find something akin to an aetherite. With any luck, there'll be a few more dotted around the isle to avail yourselves. Make sure you attune with this one before leaving camp. Speaking of leaving, our advance party scoured the area and brought back a few bits and bobs of interest. The archive was appraising the cache, but he soon scampered off and started poking around that heap of rubble. We better see what he's up to.
I like how you can see me fucking around in the background.
Just running around, checking out the bread. You have attuned yourself to an aetherite and now have access to the thingy. Additional shards can be found attuned to them and faster throughout the island. Yep, sounds good. Also, cool manatee. Who's that? No idea who that is. Oh, I wasn't meant to swap to Gunbringer. There we go.
Ooh. It wants me to kill things.
Yes.
Time to kill.
Wait for Grant for a little bit so he can share an XD. But
Okay, good
basically the whole thing is to level up, we just go in and grab a bunch of mobs, kill them. When a fate pops, fly to the fate.
Fly. Okay. Can we fly?
Well, not fly. You drive. Well, you don't fly, but you just drive to the fate. But for now,
yeah.
You just focus getting your levels up.
Yeah, fair.
I like having my little Goku cloud.
The Goku cloud is good.
Oh, do you want me to?
Yeah, you were doing archive before.
Ah, shit, I forgot the voice I was doing. There you are! I've got something crystalline to show you.
Huh?
Ah, just as I thought. Because you laid eyes on the crystal, I was able to tap into my wealth of knowledge. Learning on the topic, the sealed knowledge of business, is awfully frustrating, I must say. What I handed you is a soul shard from the 5th Astral Era, contained within a phantasmal record of arcane arts and combat disciplines pioneered by 12 city-states of old. I'm sure the methods you modern combatants employed are far more refined than those of my day. Nonetheless, you may benefit from learning the old ways of waging war. Under normal circumstances, I'd find myself a soul shard and fight alongside you, but I can't access what's inside, thwarted once again by the seal of that Dominion-toothed scallywag smoked of. Given that you were summoned here specially, I dare say you will have no trouble using it, however. Go on, try fixing it to your garb.
Neat.
New job, old tricks. New phone, who this? New brain, who this?
You can unlock more phantom jobs by buying them by somebody over this way, and you can just do that later on. There's just a handful, and the rest you unlock by doing the actual fates.
Selecting enables you to use job-specific phantoms. Phantom actions can be displayed. Okay.
I like how the UI has classic UI noises.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. Or Joffrey to learn
Also,
more about the Occult Crescent. Yep, cool.
For Cap and you, just so you know as a heads up, I am specifically being healer mainly because, yes, that's going to be the relic weapon I'm choosing. But also, if you die, do not ever return.
Okay.
Literally just shout.
Oh
about
yeah,
getting,
it's like
heal.
Boja. Like
Yeah,
there's...
you'll lose levels here if you die.
Oh, okay.
And return.
So it's best to wait for someone's to revive you. Okay.
I wish I had the squat C note.
You can get the squats. That's from your Grand Company.
Yeah, I know, but like, I fucking hate doing Grand Company stuff.
Are you?
Oh, I just grinded that till 20 and then left. But yeah, for now, you just have to essentially explore and kill for a while. I'll help you to at least get to the Aetherite so you can teleport around for fates.
Cap can't join us.
I think you're able to go out now, right?
Oh wait, no, hang on. There's another blue tick I have to do.
Yeah, you just got to do that other blue tick.
Because I forgot to, because I've now equipped Phantom Knight. Insist you affix the soul shard to your person. I believe it will only work within the confines of this. You'll soon be able to draw it. Yep. 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 Cap just having some lovely ice soup.
Yummers.
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 This one's Cap.
These walls have seen better days, but they're solid enough. As long as we secure the entrances, the camp will be safe while you're out roaming the Isle.
Roman's all well and good, but we'll need a firm plan of action if we're to make any headway. Before we leave, let's consider our approach. Nice. I'm sorry, did they just put a beast? Did you see that? All right, hang on. Just to...
Holy shit, everyone's fucking... Holy!
All right,
yep.
Zoom in. Oh,
Good,
what?
good.
Huh?
If you're wondering why there's so many people there, they're waiting for the next thing. If you there's no fates happening -1. They're waiting for they're all teleported to go to that fate because it's faster to return and teleport to the Aetherite to get to these fates because people will kill them fast.
Okay, so where am I going? Donk. Oh, I have no other shards. Shit.
Alright, he's
we're
already
out.
out. Alright, so use your tanks, pull as many enemies as you want in this area and just start killing.
My ping is looking terrible right now.
I got you covered, don't worry.
Oh my god.
Don't be taking too much, I will say that.
Oh, okay, so like 3.
I'm lagging so hard. Dude,
Yeah, they'll hit hard, and also these are both at opposite ends of the area, so I'm running back and forth to heal.
Okay, let me get a little bit closer so then that way. I didn't realize Cap.
Sorry, I'll...
You're fine.
I'm gonna move a little bit.
Are you guys... Is your guys' ping, like, fucking up right now?
I think it might be...
I'm in NA, my ping always fucks up. Though I would say it might, due to the amount of people that join these instances, it might be better to hop off of Grant's stream for now.
Maybe.
Have it on.
Move.
There is a encounter on. Where is it at?
Oh, it would help if I have Defiance on.
I'll use the guy there, so I can't take these. I'm keeping an eye on the critical encounters, and I'm like, oh, nope, you will die immediately if you go to that.
Yep. Yay. Oh, shit. Thank you for being here to help us out. Knowing my luck, I would have tried to grab so many of them and then realized they take so much damage and then die.
Yeah, no, I've done every, these things, file explorations and all that.
Alright, so I now need to slay a Crescent Garula and a Flying
They're over
Lizard.
that way? Yep.
Yep, cool.
I can't believe that only netted me 5 XP.
XP is horrible to get in these areas. You have to kill things higher level than you to get anything worth.
Yeah, alright, so honestly, so just, you know, grab at least one of these so then that way we can get the quest done.
Yeah.
Go. So now... Where am I going? I'm an idiot.
Critical counter is at hand. We're not gonna do that.
Yeah.
It's all the way down there. Yeah, it's like, a lot of them are like unknown levels of, what's missing. Oh! Treasure coffer!
Oh yeah, you'll find those all around the place. The rates are pretty low on them, but you actually can get mines from those treasure coffers that you just find.
Get what, sorry?
You can get mines from the treasure coffers.
Oh, that's kind of cool. Alright, now to speak to the archivist again. Oh, this person's probably... Oh wait, no, that person's fine. What level?
They're a red mage. They're able to heal themselves.
Okay, okay.
Also, in a bit, you hop onto this mount, both of you, and I'll try to stealth you, get yous to the Aetherites.
That'd be much obliged.
Yeah, I'll try to sneak yous around to get to them, so you can at least get to the Fates, because the Fates give you an insane amount of XP, so you'll be able to level up faster doing that way.
Yep. Let's see. No, I'm just sort of clicking through them. Alright, so we're... The more things we attack and survey, the smarter he'll get. Dun 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 dun. In order to undertake the subsequent, you must unlock relevant entries. Yep. Hey, knowledge up.
Feel free to hop on whatever pillion you want.
Look at me just standing there, like, just on the side like that. This is a cool ship.
I'm on the back.
Yeah.
Alrighty, I'm checking the map right now. See which ones would be the fastest to get to. This one's the closest.
So, balance, phantom mastery. Alright, so...
Because the first thing I did with friends with this is literally, when we were like level 1, we were like, let's unlock the map, and we were just hiding behind rows of deadly enemies going, we might die. That's my personal joy of doing this stuff, is you just explore and you just have to fuck around and find out, essentially.
Hi there, Valkyrie Nixia! Welcome to the stream! Do you play the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, complete with a free trial allowing you to go through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward and Stormblood expansions up to level 70 with no restrictions on playtime?
Have you ever seen a buff zebra do it? Have you ever seen an even buffer zebra do it?
Oh, thank you for the hyper himbo. You were obviously wanting to show something off.
Of course.
Alright, the moment I do this, I'm gonna disengage the mine to heal.
Okay.
Okay. We live those.
Yep. Oh wait, no, sorry. I heard the enmity tick go off and someone needs to Ultima you? No. Absolutely not.
Oh,
Not
no,
while I am...
no.
Oh. What?
You're fine. Alright, hop on.
Oh, target is not in range. Oh. I'm in. Here we go.
Alright.
So,
Because the next shard is over here. Well, the first shard is over here. And the it's right, actually, right there. All we have to, and we have a good clear path. Nice.
Nice. So yeah, so that's one of them there, and then I'm guessing you'd go to the one south, perhaps?
Yep.
Alright.
I'm gonna grab the one south afterwards.
Alrighty then. I am honestly curious, while we're here, what's the level of things around us? 7. Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't know what the leveling is like here. Wait, what about the Goobos? What level are they?
They're all level. They're level. They're roughly from 7 to
6.
13.
Could we try a 6?
If you unsing, well, yeah, I could
We
probably
absolutely
keep you
cannot.
alive. I could probably keep you alive if you try 1.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
alright, here we go. I'm just gonna pull you over here. Oh, or you pull me there.
Because you actually get rewarded for attacking things higher level.
Yeah, yep.
That's the only way to actually get those gold points, actually. The gold pieces.
Oh, back away. We're doing alright with one.
I'm also level 5, so I can handle them.
Oh, you unsynced yourself,
With
so...
the- No, I'm synced.
Oh, okay,
You
okay.
synced the party, so that's the max level I can be for here.
Yeah. Alright, so...
Bud.
Just one of them. Just one. Oh, I did not realize I was getting hit that hard. Okay. I am using, like, you know, some of the later tank thingy. Hi there, Dazarus. Welcome to the stream. Welcome.
Hi, Dazzy.
You have not seen me Hyper Himbo with the Hyper Himbo voice, have you, Dazarus? Welcome. Oh, foul waters, get away from you.
I hope you are enjoying the Hyper Himbo voice as much as I am.
Yeah. Capricious was very much interested in it.
I am absolutely Freak Nation over this.
Yep, that's them freaking.
Yeah, I'm about to get freaky.
Oh wait, I have this. Yay!
Yes,
5
no.
enlightenment.
Alright, so
Alright.
after that, I'll get on the mount. Just trying to remember which hotbar was on.
Ding dong. Aaron is, Davy Boy is being a sneaky taxi to help us get to... So you were thinking of this one here?
We are going this way because you will get hit and one-shotted by the things going up that hill. That would be the shorter way to get there.
Oh, okay.
Like, unironically, they are up on that hill is immediately level 12s.
Oh my god. Is there a reason for, like, the weird, like, two, like, crescent?
Fates spawn near those, and also the levels vary because of location, essentially.
Okay.
Like, the lower levels enemies are here because lower level fates would be here.
Yep,
Like,
Chris.
these guys could actually hold on, let's hop off here, grab a couple of these and just start killing. These are perfect for your guys' level.
Alright. Oh, I'm using the wrong... There we go.
Because the thing is, right now, to get to all your other missions sorted, is you have to get to a certain level.
Yep. We have to get to a certain level, and I think it wants us to have, like, knowledge on the different things.
Yep. So exploring and just fighting is the best way to do it.
Not fair. So, which is valid.
But if the place doesn't feel familiar to you guys, do you remember the Weeping City of Ma? That right?
Barely. The name rings a bell.
I wouldn't, because I don't raid.
Ah.
Yeah.
Fair enough, but it's in the Lion's Raid cap for context.
Ah, okay.
But
yeah, I probably went through it, I
basically-
think, once, and that was it.
Yeah, a few friends of mine are theorizing that parts of this location is just that area.
Oh, okay, okay.
Because the architecture is very similar along with the enemies that you find here.
Yeah, and it's talking about architecture from, like, 1,000 years ago.
Yep.
So.
Right, hop on the mine.
No,
Oh, do you just want to keep farming?
I just want to
Okay.
keep, like, hitting things. Like, you'll just need to set a direction and such. I don't want to get onto the thingamadiggy until we get to a point of, like,
Oh, wait, actually, here, I'll just do this. It'll be smarter of me to do. So I can just do this, and just do this. That's where the next Aetherite is. So we can just keep fighting our way along there.
Yep. Yep. There we go. Yeah, alright, so we go up this hill.
Oh wait, is that on right now? No, it is on, but...
Oh, there's a chest over there. Hang on. You see it?
Chests are actually very specific to the person.
Oh, it's
So,
a crescent
yeah.
mimic.
So-
Okay. Do I get something for
you got-
pissing off the mimic?
Yes, it does a lot of damage. Be aware, though.
Okay, all right.
So I would kill these. I would kill these first.
No, understandable. Uh-oh.
And also, crescent mimics have a chance to insta-kill, regardless of what level you are.
Oh, that's
If I
bullshit.
remember correctly. Well, no, that's just mimics in general in this game. They all have a chance to insta-kill.
Not even Dark Souls has that. Sure, Dark Souls will just hit you with a shit ton of damage, but never insta-kill.
Well, no, it's a
Jesus.
very blatant move, essentially. So you ready to try and tackle it?
Alright, now give it a sec, I got like... Yeah, nah, let's go. Will I at least know when it wants to do the move of, like, the insta-
Oh, we're doing too much damage. It'll die before it even gets a chance. Don't worry.
Oh, cool.
There's the tank buster. Oh yeah, enemies do tank busters in this game mode now, just like at normal enemies.
That's kind of cool. Based, love it. For like just for this area, just experimenting that shit. I'm like, yeah, I'm totally fine with that. It like how we had the variant not the variant dungeons, but we had the actually no, it was the variant dungeons where
It
the
is.
boss was like slightly different and what have you. Like that was kind of cool.
Well, enemies in these exploration forays used to. That's where they originally got it from. But they're doing it very early on. Usually later down the line in these places, you'll see enemies just doing tank busters.
Knowing my luck, he's probably not going to follow us the entire way, so...
Yeah, he won't. He won't. The enemy's not too strong here, which is sad.
Yeah.
Like, Eureka, if you were getting chased, you'd be getting chased to the other end of the map
Yeah.
before they give up. We're about to run into an actual fate if you want to do that.
Oh, the
I think it's
something
still
persistent
going.
pots? Yeah, it's got another 16 minutes.
It helps you get chests easier. It's just a simple fate to get, like, you'll get a little pot that'll guide you to treasure.
Yep.
Essentially while you're around.
Fair, fair. I'm fine with that.
And it'll give you a good chunk of XP regardless. That's why I was thinking, these are low level, but regardless, even if you don't want to do the pot part. Because by the way, these pots will send you to certain death if you're not smart and realize where you're going.
Alright, alright.
Because I
this
remember
side.
a friend of mine literally messaged me, "Can you hop on 14 and hopefully get into the same instance?" And I was like, "Why?" The fucking pot dragged me to level 25.
Oh god. Alright.
Oh, there's a bunch of people doing it now. Just hop in and start attacking.
Oh, it's new music.
Yep, that's from Final. I believe this is Final Fantasy V music.
Ah.
Oh shit.
You'll be fine. Don't worry, I got you.
Go.
Does it want us to give it items? The pots.
I don't know if
Yes,
you can.
They will try. They will try to ask for items at times. I have not been able to use it fully before, because normally I end up just farming fates.
Mhm.
So I haven't actually properly used the persistent pot yet, so I don't know the exact full mechanics offhand. Oh, besides that, they can bring bad luck in terms of where they'll lead you. Yeah, it's the FF5 boss battle theme. Thank you for clarifying. Oh, normal battle theme. Yeah.
So yeah, you got it right on the first thing in Matigi. Oh, I fully resisted the stun.
I genuinely love being a healer with the Monk Shadow buff, because the Monk Shadow buff is essentially, I have counter stance, I'll just parry moves for a good chunk of time. I'm actually almost about a level. I'm nearly close to leveling it up, maxing it out. Oh yeah, the Phantom Jobs you level up each time too.
Oh, what are we doing?
Follow the
Oh,
magic pot.
Well, you don't need to follow it right now. They'll constantly stay with you, regardless. Basically, once they start saying "follow me" in a little speech bubble, they'll basically just lead you to some treasure.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wait for me. I kind of got.
Oh, you're fine. I pinged something on the map earlier. We're just making our way slowly while fighting things.
Yeah.
To the next. Oh god, they're level 9s. Get on this actually.
No. I can weave this.
Oh, alright then.
So back during like high school, there was an MMO called Silk Road that
oh wait, I played Silk Road.
Yeah, now I always went with the European side and such, and this before I, was I'll be real with you. This was back during the day where I kept making a new RuneScape account because I didn't know the old password. So yeah, so there was this account I had, and I only just now had remembering passwords for it and shit. And turns out there would be these guys. It feels a bit like a bot ran the person's account or something like that, and they would just sit in this spot or something like that, and they would like have a party finder to have 8 people invited, and it would just be doing AoE shit, leveling you up real quick and shit. But you had to run to that guy, and he's always in the middle of tough enemies and such. So there's a little bit of experience in me going into places that was where I was level 5 or 10, trying to get into places that were level 60 for context. And it was just I had to do the ducking and weaving, and if I could see him just in time, sprint to him as he's doing magic AoE, so then that way anyone that caught on to me was like got AoE'd.
Ah, also that's the next one on the map that I pinged on there.
Okay, alright.
That we'll just run to. Because, genuinely getting these will make you, or early on, will make your life so much easier whenever you're trying to run to the Fates.
Yep. Because peeps running Fates will more often just, you know, do the return and then Aether Shard.
Yep. Return, Aether Shard, hunt down, hunt down, hunt down, rinse and repeat.
When I wake up, well, I know
Oh,
I'm gonna be.
the W just stopped working again.
Oh. Oh, wait.
A critical encounter has been
Oh,
spotted.
wait, we're going this way. There's actually a Fate right now about to happen.
The
nearby.
brain drain?
Yeah, we'll go to Brain Drain.
Alright.
That's some pink stuff right there.
There are bimbo enthusiasts that are into that.
Exactly, that's what I was saying.
Once again, the W just stops working. It's as if the input just, like... I had to, like, let go of W and press it again.
Oh. Caps in the bitch.
Oh my... Isn't that a fucking... what's-a-mahoozy?
Oh damn, bitch looks like it's got raid mechanics.
Yep, all these Fates will have raid mechanics. Enjoy.
Fucking brilliant, honestly.
Luckily they ain't crazy raid mechanics.
Nah, they're...
Some of them are.
Oh, that one I wasn't ready for. Thankfully, I wasn't on that. I wasn't on the side that was a problem, though. Thankfully. This is not the music for what's-a-mahoozy, though. Let me tell you.
Oh, there's a lot of dead people. System cost my controls.
I'm doing my best to stay alive.
Oh, you're fine. You're doing good. All right, honestly.
Hey, there we go.
We did it?
Yep.
Shit.
Oh, I can't switch to my healer to revive these people because my healer isn't at level 100. I'm so sorry.
Oh, you're fine.
Chemist
Chemist is the other. Chemist is the other one that actually does reses too, by the way, and you can res really fast.
Yeah, I don't have that. I have Freelancer, Bard, Monk, and Knight right now.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
Alrighty, let's go back trying to get to that Aetherite slowly.
Alright. What about serving or severing dark? Oh, that looks like it. You'd have a bitch of time to get there.
What about serving cone?
Yeah, so...
that one takes a little bit to get to, otherwise I would have said yeah.
Okay, okay.
It's better when we get that Aetherite unlocked, then you can run down, because the way the Aetherite is, it's a quick shortcut to it.
So we going like all the way south?
Basically, yeah, we're just going south to grab all the Aetherite shards.
Yeah. Are we grabbing the one on the left of the map or the right of the map first?
If you check the...
One left.
Yeah.
So the one not diagonally this way, but the one towards the corner over here after this hill. Because it's closest. I don't believe so, no. It's not up the stairs, I don't think.
No, I think
you know,
okay.
Have we look? Yeah, no, it's not. It's over here. Because I remember it being on a hillside, not a building.
Holy shit, they got brachiosaurs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There it is. It's right there.
Oh, this place is pretty as a motherfucker.
It is.
Oh wait, no, my pot is still
And this
alive.
is
Thank
just-
Christ.
Oh, the pot's gonna be live for fucking ever, dude. For like another 8 minutes.
They were getting killed. They were getting hit though during the fate.
Yeah, they can get hit, but it's fine. Alright, next up is this one. And there is actually a CE right beside it. Critical Encounter is on near it. Oh, well, it's already started.
We
Well,
going to the
well,
one
this-
near Elder Growth, or
Oh, wait, back. A fate just literally popped. It's up these stairs. I know which one it is.
Sworn to soil. Oh, and looks
Oh,
like everyone
oh,
is
God,
heading over
sorry.
to it too.
Yeah, it's easy to kill. That's why. It's an easy XP one. Careful
I
about
feel
that
like
level 19.
the first goddamn scene of the Croods.
Dun 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 dun. Oh shit! I walked into that effect then.
So did I, don't worry about it.
I need to turn other people's goddamn battle effects off.
No, don't home gang, you. I home gang by accident.
Then you just hate it when you accidentally home gang. That was quick.
Yeah.
Damn.
Any chance, Oren, any chance you know how to turn other people's battle effects off?
Yes. Character.
You wanna go say it?
It's under character. So if you go to character configuration,
Yeah.
control settings, so you're in your first thing, and then you go to character.
Yep.
And then you scroll down, and you should see battle effects settings. So for your own, you can do show all, limited, or none. I have it as party is limited, other people, so like excluding PvP is limited, and opponents is some. But you can have it where it's like none.
Okay, yeah, fix it up. Thank you.
Not to worry.
I'm sadistic apparently, because I keep all the effects on.
I remember Dazarus was like blue maging it in some of the dungeons, and they were like, and Dazarus is like, hey, check this out. And then all I see him is just all fours on the ground. And I'm just like, what am I looking
the
at?
laser beam.
Yeah, he wanted to show me a laser beam. I was like, you're just on the ground pretending to be a dog. Like, there's no context.
Oh, I don't want to grab that, actually. I was literally like, ooh, piece of candy. But then immediately was like, oh no, that's death.
Ooh, piece of candy.
Yeah.
Where?
A lot of things will be deaf for you guys for a good bit.
Yeah, there's a random crescent armor that was like level 10. But yeah, we're basically third partying is what's happening right now. Is you just run, you see a nearby fate, you run to it, you do your contributions so you can get like gold contributions or what have you, and then bam, yep. you get some easy levels.
As we get this thing right, there's a fate.
Oh, I see it. I see it.
For real?
So yeah, it just spawned right now. So you guys can go get this aetherite real quick, and then you also have all the aetherites. And then we can go to that fate.
Nice.
I'm on it.
I'm gonna keep my eye on it.
Mm-hmm.
Just in case I see it dropping really fast. Oh yeah. Once you get that aetherite, start running. I'll ping it so we at least get a bit of damage in. It's driving me insane.
That was not what I should have done.
It shot a laser right at me, the son of a bitch.
Oh, now the music changes. Last time it's just been doing very matter-of-factly bullshit. Alright, so what are we supposed to do with this one? Look towards it?
Look. Look. Don't look. With the question mark eye, look, then don't look. So on. So, oh, I'm dead.
Shit.
It's making us play goddamn Osu. No, Osu.
Yeah.
Other rhythm game.
3, 2, 1. Come on, come on, come on, come on.
That's simple.
Yeah, but we've lost our healer.
No, it's fine. There's people rising over here.
Cool, 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 cool.
Because you actually get a reward for doing reses.
Ah, nice. Because I know there's like achievement for like resing people outside of your party in Alliance, so I feel like that also helps contribute to that.
It's the same here.
Nice.
There's a very specific one for it.
All right.
You can get titles and achievements.
A delicate balance.
All right, let's go return and just teleport towards the other shard to get to that one.
Hang on. So occult return. There we go. And then we use the shard. Get the...
Yep.
All right. Okay. So we run here, and then ding.
Where are we going?
Back to where the yes. Because there's a fate that's popped over here.
83%. Oh, never mind.
It's already. Oh, is it already? Yeah.
Yeah,
It's already
it's
at
done.
100. Never mind.
Nah, it's alright. Alright. Now comes the fun bit. Oh, shit.
Oh, what's up? Are you fighting something?
No, it's okay. It'll go away once I run far enough away. Also, what's with the random stones here? Nope, it's not running away. The fuck? There we go. Okay. Cool.
These stones are things that you can do buffs later down the line.
Once
you get to a certain point, a player can just hold it and it'll give you defense buffs and everything.
Oh, an unending duty.
Yeah, go to that one. It's in this cave.
We go up the stairs, or?
No, it's in the cave at the side.
Oh, okay, hang on.
Oh, someone's being nice and grabbing all the people for you.
That's nice. Should we help them?
Oh no, they're probably fine. They're probably max rank that doesn't need to actually farm fates currently. It's common for people doing these, where if they see anybody low doing it, they'll just help out.
Hey, that's the man with the rock.
Oh, okay. So, I came out this the wrong side.
There we go.
I am a fool.
Oh, I have prey now.
Nice. Return because a fate popped.
Did you pray today? Did you pray today? Because if you don't, I'ma have to dig you down.
So wait, there's a cave? What?
Oh, do we want the one at Snowmarsh that just popped?
Yes. That one will give way more XP. And also, it gives you a chat. Wait, this actually might be the one that gives you the good shadow drop for tanks. You can unlock Phantom Drop Class from the blue ones. Oh, user doing the purple fate? Hold on,
that's what we're doing here, isn't
I'll
it?
run to that one. Give me a sec. No, there's a blue fate way down at the corner. that would give typically more XP, but if you want to do the purple one, I'll do that with you.
That'd be
Either way, as long as
That was a miscommunication on my bit.
Yeah, sorry. I should have explained better. I'll get to these in a minute. Because it's just right by the 8th right, so we'll get there. The blue one just typically would give a lot more XP, so most people would rush to those first. Oh, these are on this one. Okay. Did you get perfect points? Don't be standing in front of them. Driving Scorch is a big AoE.
I just realized I can't see my beast meter with the way I set up my menu.
It doesn't help that you have your, like... Wait, where is it? Oh, yeah, you have your full beast meter.
Oh.
That's how it goes. Thank you.
No problem.
You know what it is? I am getting very tired.
That's what happened.
Very late for you too.
Yeah, it is. It is past midnight. It is now 2 in the morning.
And today I actually have to go do a thing.
Cool. Maybe after this we could call it. She's got a good chunk of the way.
Oh, there?
These are AoE explosions, so they'll just pop
Yep.
in order of them going.
Cool, I didn't cross into his little cone. But yeah, he is...
Hey, jumpy boy.
There we go. We are not doing too much damage because we are not them.
Oh no, it's literally because the other people are at the other fate, that's it.
Oh, okay.
No, the other times we had at least like 10, 15 people. There's quite literally like 6 here.
Yep.
These fates typically require, like, to get them done fast, it's like a good chunk of people are needed.
Yep.
Oh, somebody was silly. I saw that. Go grab them. That was funny. Somebody used the silly meme move.
The rescue?
No, not that. There's an even sillier one. Oh, they're done again. Stop using that move.
Is this blue mage a self-destruct?
No. So there's a phantom job called Oracle, and it's basically roll the dice on what move you'll get, and if you click the move called Starfall, it costs 90% of your HP, but you do massive damage in response of doing it. Oh, they're done again.
Big money, no whammies, I suppose. I almost have to respect this.
Oh yeah, no,
Oh, I'm
tanks
fucked.
do it all the time.
Oh no, never mind, I'm goaded.
Well, to be fair, tanks have a way to, like, keep themselves alive. I have home gang. Like, if I get down to 10%, I can hit home gang right afterwards. Hey, my phantom job leveled up!
Nice.
There you go.
Yay.
Ultimately, it's a cycle of, existence
There's another
is a
fate
cycle...
over.
Yeah.
Oh, go on.
Existence is a cycle of, I'm fucked, never mind, I'm goaded.
Yep. Oh, Cap, you left.
Yeah.
Oh, you're done, is that it?
I am so fucking tired, my dude.
Nah, look, fair enough. Like, I've been streaming for, like, last 3.5 hours. I probably have, like, at least a half hour in me, to be real with you. So, yeah.
And my Crohn's is acting up, so I'm...
Looks like they're not coming...
Completely fair.
Sorry?
I was saying completely fair on Caps
Not fair.
for being tired and whatnot. I don't blame you.
So we got
I'm a
people
sleepy
sitting
girl.
here waiting.
Like, this was fun. This was good fun.
Yeah.
It was great.
And now I know how to play the game. But
Yeah.
now, I'm going to play the sleeping game.
Lord knows that
Yeah,
I will
of
do
course.
the sleeping game at some point as well. Because, yeah, I haven't talked about... Oh, I didn't realize it was going to do that to me. Shit.
Alright, I'm gonna head out.
Not to worry.
Yeah.
It's been a
Take
pleasure.
care.
Later.
So it looks like they're doing
Later.
something, so I'm going to get these out of the way if I can. Alright, gotta be mindful of the thing just doing the big booms. Nice.
But yeah, this is essentially what Occult Present is, just trying fates with friends.
Not fair. And I've got Void Fire going off. Yep.
I heal.
Thankfully, I have like several ways of like keeping myself alive as tank. Like it's a, I feel like tank is like, or at least the warrior does offer some survivability at solo, because it's, I remember Palace of the Dead commenting of like, oh yeah, you either go machinist because for the DPSing and in the fact that it's range DPS as well, or you go for tank because pleading pots.
That's just the pots again.
Oh, okay.
They don't really offer a lot of XP, so we may as well just wait. Oh wait, no, there's a fate over there, so return.
Winged Terror.
Go to the one.
Alright,
Yeah,
so we
it's the
go...
Big bird.
Yeah, okay. Oh, is Winged Terror the red chocobo?
Nope.
Oh, okay. That was sad. Alright, oop.
Yeah, no. The winged chocobo is going to be a surprise. I will not tell you which one it is.
Not fair. Fair enough.
But the one you're thinking of isn't technically in this front currently.
Ah, okay.
There is a black chocobo one though, which is just that but faster. Did we get there in time? Maybe.
53, 57, 61. No. Not at the rate I'm going.
Damn. Well, I might be able to ping a hit on it, so we can get something from it.
Nah, I couldn't. Barely was able to get a ping.
Oh god. Ow.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Oh no, you're fine. I ran into it. I didn't know. I'm I forgot I was synced to lower levels. Normally I would just ignore them.
Fair, fair. There we go. Get
Alright,
some
let's see
knowledge
the
points.
map. There is a fate, prying eye, so...
And then
Oh wait, critical
crawling
encounter, where's that at?
crawling death, so that's over at the bottom right.
Let's go to the bottom right then, because that one will give massive XP for you.
Yep.
And also, it would be good to get at least one of these in before we stop, so you can see what the blue ones are like.
Yep, alrighty then.
Because the blue ones take a bit to spawn.
Yep.
And everybody rushes towards them because you actually get a higher chance of getting the Demi-Atmas from them, I believe.
Yep.
And more Phantom Job Crystals.
Radio. Because it's either that or otherwise doing all the, like, fate grinding in, the other zones where it's like, that's, like, the fate grinding, like, you could do, I guess it does twofold where it's like, oh, it allows you to increase your, fate score. So, oh my god, I have to run past all these things. Alright, I'm here.
Yep.
Alright.
We just wait for it to spawn. Oh, hold on, I'm gonna jump in with them lining up with sharks. Where is my one? I think I have one. I figured it would be funny because I know since I'm erotic and it would be just huge for me.
That's a little funny. It's like the 3 sizes.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool. Alright, so I can gradually restore HP and then it grants enduring fortitude to self and nearby party members when executed within proximity of a knowledge crystal, where it reduces target's damage taken by 10%. Oh, okay, okay.
Oh my god, we're trying to make it into a long line.
Yeah, that's good. Let's see. Ugh.
Yeah, these fates are a bit harder to do, but are more rewarding.
Not fair.
You'll get a lot more currency, XP, and honestly, they're a lot more challenging and fun.
Sounds like it. Oh, we joined the critical encounter for crawling death.
Yep.
Alright. Claw marks? What?
He's gonna make claw marks.
Yep, alright, so...
First pattern equals AoEs.
Yep, got out of that in time. Oh, a few people died. Oh. Ow. Shit. Didn't know that was its move. What's with the... Oh, I see. And then the grips of poison.
That's just a little thing that you can Isuna off or just wait for it to go down. It's just a bleed buff.
Alright. Threefold. Oh wait, no, horizontal is this. Yeah. Damn it, I thought I timed that, but I guess I didn't. Oh, there's no vulnerability countdown? What the shit?
Yep. Yep. Enjoy.
Oh my god.
Here, the vulns will just keep going until you end up dying.
Jesus.
Yeah, that's just the challenge of doing this kind of stuff. I love that, though. I may die.
Thankfully, I am not dead. Okay. Okay, that's not good. Oh, fuck. Okay, and then... Oh, thank Christ. I am focusing so fucking hard right now.
I can tell. I'm focusing a little bit because my ping is really high all of a sudden, so I'm like, oh, oops. So I have to. I'm just going by my memory of the fight to live. Oh, I'm dead.
Yay!
Hey.
Got some Halo. Oh my god, my thingy is doing like a little. Oh, it's not happening on the stream, thank goodness. Alright, so Heliometrics, Mathematics, 200 silver pieces. I attained knowledge level 4.
Yeah.
Yay. But yeah, right now my screen, it's not showing it on stream, but on my screen, it's doing like this sort of like wobbling. The light is like sort of almost strobing. Like it's trying to show something. It doesn't do it when I'm alt-tabbed out of it, but the minute... Oh wait, is it good now?
Return to the main area, sure, to see if you need to fix it.
Okay, no, it looks to be okay now, thankfully. Okay. Excuse me. Oh, stretching! Oh my gosh. Oh, no, it does it here, so like... Yeah, it does it there, like, egregiously for whatever reason. So, alright, and Archive wants me to have... in order to proceed, you must unlock relevant entries in the occult... Oh, okay, so I need to...
Yeah, you just keep playing, essentially. Get your atomas and whatnot.
Yeah. Keen to learn more about the...
Just grind.
Yeah, it's...
Until you see it available,
yeah,
really.
so it's probably going to be a case of, like, oh, getting it up to, you know, an appropriate... Like, it's probably going to be, like, 5 or something like that. Exchange silver pieces for gear. Okay.
Yeah, you can get 745 gear, and you can get mounts, a mount from here, and you can get certain other glams as well.
All right, so right now I'm holding on to 740. So if I was to swap anything, it would be either the leggings or the chest.
If you save up 3 or 4k, 3 to 5k, you get this in there for the silver pieces.
Yeah.
That's a 4-seater mind for comp.
Everything here is 4,000, so yeah, I'm not gonna get that for a whiles. And then what's the bottomest?
I will say, if you are looking to upgrade gear, the gear you currently have, let me actually have a look. Examine. You have a mix of like the raid gear and yeah, you just have a mix of crafted and raid gear, right?
Yeah, Velk provided some crafted gear, so then that way I was able to get to the second series of raids.
Yeah.
So it's just a case of, not tonight, or this morning, but, you know, essentially get through some rounds of the second round of, like, raids and such to try and get some, either new chest or
yeah,
like earrings. Oh my god, earrings. Yeah, I need to swap out that shit. Like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you just really need to sort out your jewelry side. Your other side's more or less fine, minus the legs. Like, the legs and top would just be need changing. If you ever do need, like, gear, I could probably craft those, but if you want to farm it yourself, just do daily and the new normal raids, and you'll get 740 gear pretty fast. Faster than doing it in here.
Yeah, no, fair. I appreciate it. So yeah, the crafted gear was to help me be able to just do the second level of stuff, so it's definitely like, it's imperative that I try, between now and August, try and get like some more gear. So I just need to remember to actually put some time into this, you know, raids and dailies, especially when especially if, you know, Tuesday crosses over and such. So I'm gonna swap to standing up mode, because yeah, this stand up for, you know, a few minutes, because yeah, I thought I could get over the 4-hour mark with relative ease, but yeah, it's 3 hours and 48 minutes in. Close, but oh my goodness, I'm also, plus the weird light strobing effect is kind of bothering me right now, so I'm gonna exit out of
4 hours. You did good, honestly.
Yeah.
You don't normally do late streams anyways, so that's pretty good.
Yeah, and what's more is this one was very much an experiment because of the like, I just wanted to see what it was like to stream, like, because the hours of stream that I'm doing right now is this hour of streaming is like, you know, late night for me, but it's like amazing for the Americans, because it's like Texas, it's like 8 or 9 a.m. and then it's 2 in the afternoon for the Europeans, depending on where they are. Arcane Artistry, a Ruined Land. All right, can I exit out a game here?
A bunch of Americans were like, "Why did you stream at like 5 a.m.?" And I'm like, "That was like 10 in the morning for me, and I was working on commissions. That's why."
Sometimes you just you got to pick the slots that work well for you. And for a while, I valued like my sleep, and because I work a full-time job and what have you, so it's like I didn't want to like do the crazy hours and such like that. And quite frankly, it's like, yeah, like going through like from 6 till 10 was, yeah, let's go for 4 hours, because Twitch really wants you doing like 4-hour streams and such, and I can do those. And then there's just the fun fact of like, oh, I've been awake, like I've kept myself awake by staring at a screen and what have you. Let me just start the music again. I've just been staring at a screen for, you know, 4 hours straight, so it's definitely gonna keep me awake and what have you. So it takes longer for me to go to sleep even more. But, you know, I think it's, you know, relatively fine. So yeah, so I'll be really curious to see what the numbers are and what have you, because this is my first like late night stream. I would definitely need to do this again, but I don't know if I'll do it again next week. Now, the reason why I say next week is because next week is a bit of an interesting week, because there is a gamers outreach organization, and it's another charity stream, chat.
Yeah, I heard about that actually.
Yeah, so I got myself involved in another charity stream thing. So there is an organization out there called Gamers Outreach, and they host what's called the VTuber Summer Slam. And they've reached out
A friend
to
of mine is in that.
yeah, no, there's like a lot of people get into it, and lo and behold, your Zeebs is one of them. Hang on a sec. Can I attach a Photoshop item? Yes, I can. Your Zeebs is gonna be one of them. So that's me. Look at that. I giving a little wave. I'm gonna be part of Team Sandy. Now, I understand that this is my first charity stream this month. I did one last week, and I had some success that was like very much after the fact, but I didn't have a lot of success during the stream, so I'm trying to not raise my expectations too much. There's a lot of benefit in like raising, even if we get up to like $30 or something like that, that would be really good, but won't. I've just put in like baseline $100 or something like that just in case. I'll be putting in my incentives and rewards into it as the week goes on, but yeah, I just wanted to I'm going to be doing it's a lot more casual of a stream compared to the last charity stream, so hopefully there'll be some people who will be up for that, because I'll most likely make it another Final Fantasy stream, quite frankly, so that way, because Final Fantasy is like something I've played quite a bit. There's a lot of raid stuff that I need to go through, not only like keep up to date for the to try and get current raid gear, but also to go back to earlier raid gear. Although you did mention that it was early in the morning for when I last streamed, so I guess the question is that am I going to be streaming my morning Saturday, which is Friday evening? Like, is it going to be like, am I going to have a better time finding people during those hours, or going the long haul and doing it at 11 o'clock or something like that, and then people like after an hour or two I finally get peeps? Because you saw what it was like in the first 2 hours, where it was like, yeah, there was like barely anyone doing raids just because people were waking up.
Yeah. The other thing is you could probably do like an ad in the server and just say, hey, how many people will be actually down to do raids?
Yeah, get like a proper head count of like, hey, I am going to be streaming at this
like
hour, and I need these people and their normal raids, so you normally need at least like 8 to be safe, but 4, I feel like 4 is a decent number of people, and because that's filling up half the slots and you get a better time. So
yeah, I was gonna say for easier compromise and better ping for you and Cap, potentially, if Cap joins you, you could probably do it on AU, where every data center could join in on then.
Actually, yeah, no, that's because Velka's over on the AU data center. There's no reason I have to stay on the NA data center. I can go to Oceania, so then that way I don't have as much of a ping, and it makes it better for Cap and such, because everyone can get into the AU. The Oceania server, which is a benefit. So yeah, that's good call, Davey boy. Real clever. So yeah, all right. Well, yeah, that's gonna be it for me tonight. Well, it's now the morning. It's 2:45. Oh my goodness. Oh my god, I just been awake for so long. It's crazy.
Yeah, you should go on for bed.
Let's see, so I just got added because I'll be streaming later at 8 a.m, so I'll have some time. No stream this morning. Instead, keep an eye out for Streamly for folks where I'll be joining for some bullshit. Okay, cool, so they're doing that. All right, let me have a look and see who is online and who we can go and raid, because oh my goodness, what a crazy hour. Let's see. So, no.
Also, technically, you just essentially broke 4 hours, more or less, with this chatter.
Yeah, just so close. So, just 4 more minutes. Actually, you know what? There is stuff I want to talk about, because I I had notes, and you can contribute to these kinds of things because you're wide awake at like whatever afternoon. First thing that has actually popped up into my head, and that is I remember I was seeing a TikTok where someone was like, it was just showing the ludicrousness of like two guys arguing about the cheese, like how cheese was made. Someone was like, they used like heat to preserve their milk, and that turned into cheese. And it's like, no, they didn't use a furnace to make cheese. And it was like this huge banter, and I loved it, and it just made me think of. There's so many times where like a question opens up or something, and someone's like, I don't know, just Google it. No. If I'm looking for like, I'm gonna be real. Sometimes asking questions is how you open up conversations. That's that's how it works.
Two of my friends actually do that so frequently, and they end up the most jokingly heated like arguments over the most silly things. Like legitimately, this happened last night. One of them was like, "Oh man, I love that man, Mick," and they were just like, "Mick who? It's the nickname for Michael Jackson. What do you mean? He doesn't have that nickname."
No,
no, everybody says it. And it was like, "Who's everybody?" And they just went on a whole argument, and my other friend, demanded evidence of like, he was like, list 10 people that called him that.
Like, at best, it's Michael Jackson, or MJ for short, but MJ could have easily been Michael Jordan at the time because it was the 90s and 2000s. Like,
yeah,
he was part of the Jackson 5.
Doing that. It was just funny that that was like a conversation that started over one simple thing where they were arguing over nicknames, and I literally Googled it while they were chatting just to see. I'm like, oh yeah, a handful of people in America did say that, but it wasn't common in Europe or other places.
No,
but I didn't say anything because I was just curious how they would go, how long they would go.
It's just this ranting. That's good, honestly. I like it. I'm trying to think if there's been a, like, not a gaslight, but just like me being adamant about a name or something like that. I don't know. Like, here, although I'm probably not a really good like adjudicator of like what is something that Grant has done wrong. Actually, no, I know. Chat ripped into me for this one. This was like years ago when I was first streaming and such. I'm pretty sure none of the peeps who like first watched me were even here for, like, they're not here now, but for the like, I had this thing where I was like, oh, burritos and enchiladas are just the same thing. The enchilada just has like the something on top. Nope, I got absolutely fucking eviscerated for that. I felt so confident that like, cuz I'm like, I am not Mexican or anything like that. I don't have like a huge like culinary palate in Tex-Mex or what have you. And despite being so confident that enchiladas and burritos were the same, nope, they're apparently vastly different, and I was getting ripped into it for it. And apparently, like, the different, like, this is just one of them, but it's like the biggest differing factor is that the burrito uses wheat-based bread, so the tortilla is wheat-based, but the enchilada, which is normally like oven roasted, uses corn-based tortilla. Hence why it like doesn't have like the crazy folds and such. It's just, the little roll. So
that makes sense.
That one was a blunder. Oh, actually no, I just remembered one other one because I keep seeing like Blue's little Nibiru and your next emojis. How would you describe the inside of a Tim Tam?
I would need to Google what a Tim Tam is.
Okay, so the Tim Tam is a kind of biscuit, and they have like this hard. It's called a hard cream or something like that, in the center.
These.
Yeah.
Oh.
Now
we have our own ones of these.
Cool. Now the way I described the inside of a Tim Tam was that it was like a wafer. Cause like in my mind it was like, you know, it was just some sort of like biscuit something or rather, but was like very airy, and I was like, oh, it must be a wafer or something like that, kind of like a Kit Kat, but you know, Australian style. Blue got so mad. He was like, no, that's not what's inside the Tim Tam. It's a cream. Now, he was right, but in my mind, when he said cream, I was thinking like cream from like a like just soft cream and such. And I was so lost in that, like, you know, describer of like, oh yeah, the inside is cream. I was just like, the Tim Tam is not soft or anything like that, and it isn't puffy or anything. And he's like, what the fuck are you on about? And yeah, we just had like this huge tirade over the what the innings of a Tim Tam were called. And
yeah, no, for me, because I googled them, yeah, we have the exact same thing over here essentially, just a different name.
Mm-hmm.
I forget what even they're called. We have everybody fucking calls it a different thing, like a sandwich bar or something, or a tea bar. But every time I saw them, I would always assume cream as well. But the thing was, since there's so many different ones, when you said wafer, I was just thinking the wafer versions that we have over here. Like there's actual wafers like a Kit Kat, but it looks the exact same. So I was just like, I was about to just say, yeah, no, wafer makes sense too, though.
Yeah, no, like
it depends on the kind.
Yeah, I think it was one of those cases of like the official like descriptor is that it is cream on the inside, but it's not just, you know, generic cream. It's like this other kind of cream that makes it like relatively solid. So it's not like, you know, it's not soft like a Twinkie cream. That's the thing that was getting me. So yeah. Alrighty then. You know. So yeah, nice little like quick segue for the next few minutes. So now I'm officially over 4 minutes. Woo! Hang on, where's my clapping it?
Yeah.
Yay! Now I'm over. Now I'm over the 4-hour mark, and we are gonna go and raid into Sly Fox. Man, this is crazy. I'm gonna be able to raid into someone that I actually like watching and what have you. They just started streaming, so this should honestly be pretty good. For those of you who are uncertain of what our raid message is, it's going to be the short and sweet himbo raid, made in all caps. If you are not subscribed, that's okay. Here is the plain text, and you can put in whatever other kinds of emotes that you feel like would be appropriate. That is going to be it for me. It is now Sunday, technically, and I am going to try my best to get just a few hours of sleep, because Lord knows it's Sunday. I'm going to need to figure out chores, and then Monday's going to roll by, and then the week starts all over again. But yeah, otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream that went off to this morning. I greatly appreciate it. Davey Boy, thank you so much for coming in and helping me out in Final Fantasy XIV. It was wonderful to get through the Occult Crescent at the start. I'll definitely need to do some grinding. Want to give a thank you to Capricious, for Jack the Crow, for also being in my VC. Otherwise, I want to wish everyone a good morning, afternoon, evening, night, and I'll hopefully see you all next time. Bye for now.